There are moments in history when a single dream, whispered in the darkness, decides the fate of millions across centuries yet unborn. In the stillness of ancient Egypt, long before the rise of empires we now call modern, there was a night when Pharaoh woke trembling beneath the weight of symbols no priest could untangle. Those around him spoke in rituals and riddles, but none could pierce the veil of meaning. What he dreamed would soon become one of the most extraordinary economic prophecies ever recorded. It is a story about grain and hunger, about foresight and blindness, about the quiet art of preparing for a storm long before the first cloud forms on the horizon. Tonight, as you sit with me beside this crackling fire, we return to that ancient chamber. We walk through its incense-thick air. We hear the murmurs of the court diviners. We feel the rising dread of a kingdom standing on the edge of a mystery it cannot solve. And at the center of it all, we find a young foreigner with a steady voice and unshakable calm. A man who had once been a slave, now holding the key to the survival of an empire. In this journey, we will not only explore Joseph's prophecy, we will trace the hidden rhythms of abundance and famine that have shaped civilizations, broken dynasties, and forged fortunes. We will uncover forgotten patterns that repeat through history like the turning of a great wheel. And by the end, you may discover that the dream of Pharaoh was never meant for Egypt alone. It was meant for anyone living through cycles of uncertainty, hoping to move with wisdom rather than fear. If this kind of long-form storytelling speaks to you, consider liking this video, subscribing to the Echoes of Wealth channel, or supporting the work so these deep explorations can continue. The story begins in a land where the river was a god, and time itself was measured by the breathing of its floods. The Nile had always been Egypt's heartbeat, rising in generous waves each year to feed the soil and the cities that depended on it. But in those early days of the Middle Kingdom, long before the grandeur of Ramesses or the decline of Cleopatra, something was shifting beneath the surface. Priests had begun to whisper that the flood patterns were becoming unpredictable. Farmers stared at the sky a little longer. And in the palace at Memphis, the king dreamed dreams that tore him from his sleep. Pharaoh's chambers were a world of shadow and gold. Oil lamps flickered against walls carved with the deeds of ancestors, and curtains of linen moved like ghosts each time the night wind entered. It was in this room that Pharaoh woke again and again from the same vision. 7 cows, fat and sleek, grazing by the river. Then 7 others, gaunt and hollow-eyed, emerging from the reeds with the quiet menace of death. They swallowed the healthy cattle whole, yet remained as thin as before. The dream shifted, and 7 full ears of grain appeared, golden and heavy with life. 7 scorched stalks rose beside them, devouring the good, as if hunger had become a creature with its own will. Night after night, the same vision returned. It clung to Pharaoh like a shadow that refused to leave. In the ancient world, dreams were not mere thoughts. They were messages carried through the veil between worlds. A king ignoring such signs was a king tempting fate. So Pharaoh summoned his priests, diviners, scholars, and magicians, men who had spent their entire lives studying omens, reading star charts, interpreting sacred texts. They gathered before him in their robes of white, each carrying scrolls filled with centuries of accumulated wisdom. And yet none could explain why life would be devoured by death in such a strange sequence. They spoke of demons. They spoke of blessings turned to curses. They spoke of offerings and rituals, but none could provide meaning. At that time, the palace was a place of political undercurrents. Factions rose and fell with the Nile's tides. Ambitious nobles watched for moments of royal vulnerability. If Pharaoh appeared confused or uncertain, those who hungered for influence would sense opportunity. His inability to interpret the dream threatened more than his peace of mind. It threatened the stability of the kingdom. Grain was power. Control of food meant control of soldiers, workers, and the ability to support monumental building projects. If the dream was truly a warning about grain, then Egypt's future might depend on understanding it correctly. And so, in the midst of Pharaoh's desperation, a voice from the shadows offered a name. A cupbearer stepped forward, trembling. He confessed that during his imprisonment years earlier, he had met a young foreigner who possessed a remarkable gift. A man who interpreted dreams with unsettling accuracy. This was Joseph, a Hebrew sold into slavery by his own brothers, thrown into prison on false charges, and largely forgotten by the world. But the cupbearer, now restored to Pharaoh's service, remembered Joseph's calm certainty. He remembered how Joseph's interpretations were not vague riddles, but precise descriptions of what would come. Pharaoh ordered Joseph to be brought from the dungeon. The young man ascended from darkness into the blinding light of the court, wearing the simple garments of a prisoner. Yet something about him unsettled the assembled scholars. His posture was unhurried. His eyes carried the quiet of someone who had faced despair and refused to bow. When he stood before Pharaoh, he did not tremble. He breathed deeply, as if this moment had been waiting for him since the beginning. Pharaoh described the dream in full. Joseph listened without interrupting, his expression steady as he pieced together the meaning behind each symbol. When the king finished, the room fell silent. Joseph spoke with a clarity that cut through the incense-thick air. The two dreams were one. 7 years of extraordinary abundance were coming. The Nile would rise higher than expected. The soil would swell with richness, and Egypt would harvest more grain than it had in generations. But immediately afterward, 7 years of famine would strike with equal force. The land would wither. The rivers would retreat. The skies would refuse to break. The famine would be so severe that people would forget abundance had ever existed. Joseph paused, letting the truth settle. He explained that the thin cows and the withered stalks represented a famine so devouring that it would erase the memory of prosperity. In the ancient mind, this idea was terrifying. People could accept hardship, but to forget that life had once been abundant meant that suffering would reshape identity itself. It was a threat not only to survival, but to cultural memory. Pharaoh leaned forward. If this prophecy was true, Egypt had little time. Joseph did not simply describe the problem. He offered a strategy. During the 7 years of abundance, Egypt must gather surplus grain in large quantities, build new storehouses in every region, and appoint wise overseers who would manage the distribution. He warned that the granaries must be built with precision. Grain was easily lost to pests, humidity, and decay. He knew these details because he had worked in households as both servant and steward, and had learned how easily wealth evaporates when poorly managed. To prepare for catastrophe, Egypt needed not only resources, but discipline. Pharaoh sensed something deeper in Joseph's words. The prophecy was not only about agriculture or weather. It was about human nature. Abundance blinds people. When life becomes generous, they forget how fragile it is. When resources overflow, waste becomes habitual. Joseph had lived through betrayal and imprisonment. He understood what it meant to survive scarcity with dignity. And so his interpretation came not from fear, but from clarity. The court watched in astonishment as Pharaoh stood from his throne and proclaimed Joseph the new vizier of Egypt, a foreigner, a prisoner, a man with no lineage, no land, no political allies. But he had something more valuable than status. He had the ability to read the patterns that others overlooked. And in the ancient world, this was the closest thing to absolute power. As Joseph walked out of the throne room wearing the signet ring of the king, he became the steward of Egypt's future. His rise marked the beginning of the most organized economic preservation project the ancient world had ever seen. In the coming years, he would build a system that transformed abundance into security and foresight into survival. The world beyond Egypt would face collapse, but Egypt itself would stand firm, not through might or miracle, but through the quiet strength of preparation. This is where the myth begins. In the next part, we will explore the philosophical law behind Joseph's insight and the deeper patterns of abundance and scarcity that govern every life and every empire. When Joseph stepped into his new role, Egypt was already humming with the early signs of abundance. The Nile flooded with unusual generosity that first year, rising higher than the markers etched into stone by generations of priests. Farmers in distant villages marveled at the depth of the river. Fishermen spoke of currents overflowing with life. It was the sort of year that made even the most cautious citizen feel that the gods were smiling. But Joseph did not mistake generosity for permanence. He saw abundance the way a seasoned sailor watches a calm sea, knowing that still waters often hide the memory of storms. He traveled across Egypt not as a nobleman carried in a gilded litter, but as a steward walking among his people. Villages greeted him with surprise when they realized the man wearing the finest linen was the same foreigner whispered about in the palace corridors. He asked questions everywhere he went. How much grain could a field produce in its best year? How many workers lived in each region? Where were the faults in storage buildings that could invite moisture or rodents? Even the priests, who commanded enormous respect, found themselves standing beside him as he inspected flood readings with a focus that bordered on obsession. But Joseph did not only rely on agricultural science. He understood people. He understood what abundance does to human behavior. The greatest threat to Egypt was not famine itself, but the illusion of endless prosperity. Farmers wanted to expand fields, spend more freely, celebrate more lavishly. Merchants saw profits rising and assumed they would continue. Those who had struggled for years felt the first taste of surplus and dreamed of freedom from constraint. Joseph listened to them all with empathy. He remembered too vividly what it was like to hope for relief. But he also recognized the danger of dreams untethered to reality. So, he began his work gently, persuading elders and village leaders that storing grain was not an act of fear, but an act of wisdom. In some places, he encountered resistance. Certain wealthy landowners believed that surrendering a portion of their harvest to the state granaries would weaken their autonomy. Joseph understood that such men were driven by pride. He found ways to give them honor. He invited them to participate in the planning. He listened to their concerns. And slowly, even the most stubborn among them began to see the sense in his calculations. Joseph's genius was not only prophetic, it was organizational. He divided Egypt into administrative zones and appointed overseers based not on status, but on character and competence. Many were surprised when he chose men with humble backgrounds, craftsmen who understood the intricacies of construction, scribes who were meticulous with numbers, farmers who could identify soil quality by touch alone. These people knew the realities of the land better than those who lived their lives in palace gardens. Joseph believed that wisdom grew in the places where survival was earned daily, not inherited. The granaries themselves were marvels of engineering. Some were built as massive circular silos with thick walls designed to prevent heat from penetrating. Others were rectangular complexes with ventilated roofs that allowed air to circulate. Archaeologists centuries later would uncover remnants of these structures and marvel at their scale. Some could store enough grain to feed entire regions for months. Joseph insisted that each granary be placed strategically, near rivers for transport, near cities for distribution, and near farmlands to reduce spoilage during collection. He instructed builders to coat the interiors with layers of plaster and clay to seal gaps. He ordered that stored grain be rotated periodically to prevent aging. Every detail mattered. As the years passed, abundance continued. Fields swelled with crops so heavy that farmers joked the earth itself was tired from carrying them. Workers filled granaries until they overflowed, and new structures had to be built. Egypt became a landscape of warehouses, rising like stone giants across the plains. Joseph oversaw it all with a calm that unnerved some and impressed many. People came to trust him, even those who once doubted him. There was something unwavering in his presence. He never raised his voice. He never rushed. He observed everything, as if he were reading the very pulse of the land. Yet behind Joseph's serene exterior was a soul shaped by hardship. He remembered the pit his brothers had thrown him into, the cold mornings in the house of Potiphar, the isolation of prison walls. These memories were not wounds anymore. They were anchors. While the rest of Egypt celebrated its prosperity with wine and festivals, Joseph kept his eyes fixed on the horizon. He knew the famine was coming. He could feel it like a shift in the wind. During a council meeting in the palace, Pharaoh asked Joseph what he feared most. Joseph answered with the softness of someone who had thought deeply about the nature of abundance. He feared forgetfulness, not the forgetting of names or places, but the forgetting of fragility. He explained that nations do not fall because they are weak. They fall because they convince themselves they are strong enough to ignore caution. Pharaoh, who had once been shaken by dreams, listened carefully. He had come to rely on Joseph not only as an administrator, but as a philosopher of survival. The two men, though opposite in birth and destiny, formed an unusual bond. Pharaoh governed with outward power. Joseph governed with inner clarity. Together, they shaped a plan that would protect Egypt long after both were gone. Toward the end of the 6th year of abundance, a strange quiet began to settle across the land. It was not physical, but spiritual. Joseph sensed it before anyone else. The river would still rise for another season, but something in the rhythm of the land was changing. He sent messages to all overseers to increase vigilance. He ordered final expansions of storage facilities. Workers labored under the heat of the sun, driven by Joseph's certainty. In the 7th year, the Nile rose again, generous but slightly lower than the previous year. Farmers muttered among themselves. It was nothing yet, nothing alarming. But Joseph read the signs with the same precision he once applied to dreams. This was the turning of the cycle. The last breath of abundance before scarcity descended. That year, Joseph walked through the granaries at dusk, running his hands over the cool stone walls, listening to the faint settling of grain inside. He knew what was coming. The fat years had ended. The thin years were approaching, and in that moment, beneath Egypt's fading golden light, he understood something profound. Abundance was a gift. Scarcity was a teacher. Together, they formed the rhythm of life. In the next part, we will explore the spiritual philosophy behind Joseph's foresight, the ancient understanding of cycles, and why the universe seems to speak in patterns of rise and fall. The first year of famine arrived with unsettling quietness. There was no thunderous announcement, no dramatic shift in the skies. Instead, the change crept in like a soft breath of dry wind. Farmers stepped into their fields and found the soil strangely unwilling. Scribes recorded the flood marks and realized, with a shiver of dread, that the Nile had not risen high enough to replenish the land. The priests whispered that the gods were turning their faces away, but Joseph knew that this was simply the cycle unfolding exactly as foretold. In villages across Egypt, the early signs were subtle but unmistakable. The stalks of grain grew shorter than usual. The canals, once brimming with life, began to reveal patches of exposed riverbed. Fishermen returned with fewer catches. Even the birds seemed restless, migrating earlier than expected. These were omens the common people understood instinctively. They had seen small famines before, years when the land tightened its grip but soon released it again. Yet Joseph knew this was different. This famine was not a passing test. It was the great devouring. Pharaoh summoned Joseph to the palace to discuss the first shortages. Advisors were anxious. Some argued the people should be encouraged to plant more aggressively, to push the land harder, as if sheer effort could overpower nature. Others believed the priests should perform rituals to coax blessings from the gods. Joseph listened patiently. Then he spoke with the same calm authority that had made him a pillar of stability during the years of plenty. He reminded them that this moment had already been accounted for, prepared for, and built into the structure of the nation. Egypt had spent 7 years gathering. Now it would spend 7 years surviving. Pharaoh nodded, his confidence in Joseph unwavering. He ordered the granaries to begin measured distribution. Word spread quickly across the land that food would be available, but regulated. People from nearby regions, hearing that Egypt had grain, began to travel toward its borders. Traders from Canaan arrived. Caravans from Cush and Byblos made their way into the Nile Delta. Egypt, which had once been only a kingdom rich in agriculture, became the beating heart of a famine-stricken world. Joseph traveled again during those early months. He visited the granaries he had overseen with almost parental devotion. He inspected the ledgers kept by scribes, verifying that each region distributed grain according to need, not influence. He spoke with families waiting in long lines, making sure that no household was forgotten. In some places, tensions rose. As the famine deepened, desperation grew. Joseph had anticipated this as well. He had ensured that the overseers were not only competent administrators, but also respected figures in their communities. People who could calm rising tempers with fairness and trust. But Joseph also saw things most could not. He watched as the spirit of the people changed. The abundance years had made them relaxed, confident, even proud. Now, humility began to return. The wealthy, who once boasted of overflowing storehouses, now stood in the same lines as the poor. The nobles, who had resisted Joseph's early warnings, now looked at him with eyes filled with quiet gratitude and unspoken remorse. Famine equalized Egypt in a way prosperity never had. During this time, Joseph spent many nights alone. He watched the stars over the silent granaries, knowing that the universe had revealed its rhythm to him long before anyone else understood. He thought often about how people respond to hardship. Some hardened their hearts. Some turned inward and discovered strength they never knew they had. Others panicked, forgetting that suffering passes like seasons. Joseph, shaped by betrayal and abandonment, had learned to view adversity as a teacher rather than an enemy. Now he watched an entire nation confront that same lesson. Meanwhile, Egypt's influence grew. Neighboring regions began sending envoys pleading for trade agreements. Their lands were withering. Their people were starving. Egypt was becoming not only a source of grain, but a stabilizing force in a region plunging into chaos. Pharaoh relied heavily on Joseph's counsel in dealing with these diplomatic pressures. Joseph urged compassion, but also structure. Egypt could not empty its own reserves too quickly, or it would fall alongside the others. Balance became his guiding principle. Beyond the politics and logistics, Joseph saw something more profound unfolding. He recognized that the famine was not simply an economic disaster. It was a philosophical revelation, a moment where abundance and scarcity were stripped of moral judgment. Nature was not punishing Egypt. It was merely completing a cycle as ancient as the world. Prosperity had its season. Hardship had its season. The wisdom was in preparing for both. One night, as Joseph walked through the palace gardens, Pharaoh joined him quietly. The king asked Joseph a question that only a ruler burdened by responsibility would understand. Why must abundance be followed by scarcity? Why does the world refuse to stay gentle? Joseph's answer came slowly, shaped by years of reflection. He explained that cycles were necessary because without them, people would never learn restraint. They would never rediscover gratitude. They would never develop foresight. Abundance without interruption would blind humanity. Scarcity, painful as it was, restored clarity and purpose. Just as the Nile's yearly flooding refreshed the land, life's rhythms refreshed the soul. Pharaoh listened with reverence. He had never met anyone who spoke of suffering with such serenity. Joseph did not romanticize famine. He did not deny its cruelty, but he understood its role in the human story. As the first famine year progressed, Joseph's strategy proved astonishingly effective. While other nations descended into chaos, Egypt remained stable. Granaries opened in carefully measured intervals. Rations were distributed fairly. Prices were controlled. The hungry were fed. And although fear existed, it never dominated the people. They trusted Joseph because he had seen this moment long before they had. He had read the hidden message in Pharaoh's dream, and now they were living through the chapters exactly as he predicted. But Joseph knew something else as well. Famine reshaped not only fields, but futures. What Egypt was experiencing in these early months was merely the beginning. The later years would be harsher. People would travel from farther lands. Resources would be strained. Decisions would become heavier. And Joseph, though steady, was not untouched. He felt the weight of the coming years pressing against his chest like an invisible hand. Yet, he did not flinch. He had learned long ago that destiny rarely spares those it chooses, and he knew that in the midst of scarcity, the seeds of wisdom grow deepest. In the next part, we will continue deeper into the philosophical law behind cycles and how Egypt's famine became one of the greatest lessons in human foresight. As the famine moved into its second and third years, the character of Egypt began to transform. What had once been a kingdom defined by the rhythm of the Nile and the artistry of its monuments was becoming something new. It was becoming a society tempered by foresight. Farmers who once measured their worth by the height of their harvests now measured it by the wisdom of restraint. Merchants who once thrived on constant exchange now understood the delicate balance between consumption and preservation. Even the priests, who believed the gods governed fertility, found themselves acknowledging the invisible force Joseph had revealed, the inescapable rhythm of cycles. Joseph saw these changes with a quiet sense of purpose. He understood that his role was no longer simply that of a manager of grain, but a teacher of principles that reached beyond any single crisis. Every day, he passed through the granaries and distribution centers, observing how people behaved when confronted by scarcity. In these observations, he recognized patterns as old as civilization itself. Some people grew bitter and blameful, convinced that survival was an injustice. Others became gentler, sharing what little they had with neighbors. A few discovered inner strength they did not know they possessed. What intrigued Joseph most were the individuals who adapted without losing their dignity. These were the ones who seemed to grasp instinctively that hardship was not a curse, but a season. They behaved with the calm acceptance that every difficult moment was the turning of a wheel, not the collapse of the world. Joseph believed these were the souls who carried the deepest wisdom. They understood that resilience was not born from strength, but from alignment with reality. During this time, Joseph spent many evenings in the palace archives, studying the records of older famines. Egypt had experienced scarcity before, long before Joseph's arrival. Some had lasted only a year. Others had stretched into 3 or 4 years. The archives contained stories of rulers who panicked, of revolts that broke out when granaries were mismanaged, of regions that collapsed because they believed abundance would return instantly. Joseph compared these accounts to what he saw unfolding around him. Egypt, under Pharaoh's leadership, was holding steady because they had something all those earlier generations lacked. They had preparation guided by a long view of time. Joseph often reflected on the philosophy behind these cycles. He believed that abundance and famine were not arbitrary forces. They were expressions of a deeper natural law. Everything in the world moved in expanding and contracting rhythms. The tides of the ocean, the waxing and waning of the moon, the flourishing and withering of crops. Even human lives were shaped by cycles of strength and weakness, clarity and confusion, fortune and hardship. The wise did not resist these rhythms. They observed them and aligned themselves accordingly. One evening, as the desert winds whispered against the palace walls, Joseph met with a group of young scribes who had been studying his methods. They were curious about more than logistics. They wanted to understand the philosophy that guided his decisions. Joseph sat with them in a circle of lamplight. He told them that every abundance carried the seed of its opposite. He said that without restraint, prosperity turned into complacency. Without gratitude, wealth became poison. Without preparation, success became a trap. He urged them to see the famine not as an interruption of life, but as life's way of restoring balance. As the famine deepened, Joseph's system continued to hold. Grain was distributed carefully, always enough to sustain the people without wasting reserves. Pharaoh trusted Joseph completely, and this trust radiated outward into the villages and towns. People who once feared starvation now trusted that Egypt had a plan. The confidence of the nation rested not in the promise of endless abundance, but in the wisdom of stewardship. But the famine did not only test Egypt, it tested Joseph personally. There were moments when caravans arrived from distant lands, bringing faces etched with desperation. Parents carrying weakened children. Elders leaning on staffs with trembling hands. Joseph greeted them with compassion, but also with a profound awareness of the limits he had to respect. He could not give freely to everyone without jeopardizing the survival of his own people. This was one of the heaviest burdens of leadership, the knowledge that compassion must be guided by discipline. In these encounters, Joseph often thought back to his own years of suffering. He remembered the chill of prison floors, the hunger that gnawed at him, the uncertainty of his fate. Those memories guided his decisions, not in the form of fear, but as reminders that adversity was not an abstraction. It was a human experience, felt in the body and soul. He understood that scarcity was not merely a test of resources, but of character. Through these years, Joseph developed a belief that would later echo through history. Abundance is not measured by how much one has, but by how much one can endure without breaking. He saw people who had been wealthy crumble under the strain of discipline. He saw those who had lived their entire lives in hardship adapt with surprising grace. Wealth, Joseph came to realize, was not a possession. It was a mindset shaped by resilience and long-term thinking. By the 4th year of famine, the surrounding regions were in chaos. Entire communities fled to Egypt seeking refuge. Several foreign rulers sent emissaries begging for trade. Egypt's position had shifted dramatically. It was no longer merely a prosperous agricultural power. It was now the stabilizing force of a region collapsing under the weight of scarcity. This created new diplomatic challenges. Pharaoh and Joseph had to decide how much to share and how quickly. Too much generosity could threaten Egypt's reserves. Too little could provoke conflict. Joseph navigated these tensions with strategic clarity. He recommended controlled trade, offering grain in exchange for livestock, land, or service. This was not exploitation. It was structure. It allowed Egypt to preserve enough resources to survive the remaining famine years while helping surrounding nations avoid total collapse. And in the process, Egypt strengthened its influence, expanding its network of alliances. During a rare quiet night, Joseph looked out over the dim lights of Memphis and felt a realization grow within him. The famine was revealing something profound about the nature of wealth. Prosperity, he thought, was not only created in times of plenty. It was shaped most deeply in times of scarcity. Families that learned restraint would thrive when abundance returned. Nations that embraced discipline would become the architects of future power. Individuals who developed resilience now would become the leaders of tomorrow. Scarcity, Joseph realized, was not the opposite of abundance. It was its teacher. The next part will carry us deeper into the philosophical structure of this idea and how Joseph transformed ancient Egypt's survival into a timeless lesson for financial wisdom. Egypt in the age of Joseph was not merely a kingdom blessed by a river. It was a civilization built upon a philosophy of order. Every flood, every harvest, every celestial event was carefully recorded by scribes who believed that nothing in the world occurred without pattern. Now, as Egypt entered the middle years of famine, those patterns were beginning to reveal their secrets. And at the center of this revelation stood a man who had once been a prisoner, now entrusted with the stability of an empire. The famine had intensified. Beyond Egypt's borders, the world was dissolving into desperation. Fields in Canaan lay cracked under the relentless sun. Herds dwindled to thin silhouettes of bone and hide. In the north, Lebanese cedar forests, once vibrant with life, began to dry at the edges. Even the travelers from far ports like Ugarit and Byblos whispered that the famine seemed to stretch across horizons they had never imagined connecting. It was no local catastrophe. It was a continental silence. Yet within Egypt, there was structure. There was order. There was the discipline of preparation. From the outside, it looked almost miraculous. From within, it looked like the consequence of a mind that understood cycles with almost prophetic clarity. Joseph was no longer simply managing grain. He was shaping a national economic identity. During these critical years, Joseph expanded the granary system into something unprecedented in the ancient world. The structures he had planned during the years of abundance became the backbone of a food network that stretched across the Nile Valley. In Upper Egypt, where the sun was harshest and the soil required careful irrigation, Joseph introduced multi-tiered storage systems that reduced spoilage. In Lower Egypt, where humidity threatened the longevity of grain, Joseph ordered granaries with raised platforms to improve airflow beneath the stores. These innovations were not merely architectural. They were administrative. Joseph introduced a rotation method where each region maintained grain of different ages so that none grew stale. He instructed scribes to mark each shipment with dates and origins, creating one of the earliest documented systems of inventory tracking. It was a revolutionary concept, information as a tool of survival. Pharaoh, observing Joseph's mastery, granted him increasing autonomy. He recognized that Joseph's gift was not simply interpretation, but long-term vision. And so Joseph continued refining the system, grounding every decision in both practical knowledge and philosophical insight. As Joseph worked, he found himself thinking about something deeper than famine. Something older, something almost sacred. He began to see that Egypt's survival was not only a matter of storing grain, but of embracing a worldview shaped by balance. He saw the Nile's unpredictable flood cycles as symbols of life's dual nature. Years of excess, followed by years of restriction. Times when the river overflowed its banks, followed by times when it shrank into itself like a dying animal. These rhythms were carved into the geography of life. Joseph began to articulate this philosophy in conversations with scholars, priests, and overseers. He explained that the universe revealed its intelligence not through constant abundance, but through contrast. Only through scarcity could abundance be understood. Only through loss could value be recognized. Only through limits could wisdom grow. It was this idea that later generations would call the law of rhythm, though its earliest expression lived in Joseph's quiet teachings. One of the most compelling aspects of Joseph's philosophy was his belief that patterns existed not only in nature, but in human behavior. During the abundance years, Joseph had observed people spending more freely, building larger homes, consuming luxuries without restraint. Now, during the famine, he watched those same people relearn the art of limitation. He saw families rediscover the importance of shared meals, rationing, and cooperation, and the humility of need. He saw communities grow closer, bound by the awareness that survival depended on collective discipline. Joseph often said that wisdom was the ability to extract meaning from change. It was not enough to survive cycles. One had to learn from them. In the third year of famine, Egypt's foreign influence expanded dramatically. Neighboring nations, brought to their knees by drought, approached Egypt not only seeking grain, but guidance. Their emissaries marveled at the granaries that rose like monuments across the plains. They marveled at how order prevailed where chaos swept through their own lands. Some whispered that Egypt possessed secrets given by the gods. Others suspected that Pharaoh held power unknown to other rulers. Only a few understood that the heart of this miracle was discipline. Despite Egypt's relative stability, Joseph knew the danger of complacency. Even in times of crisis, abundance could return in strange forms. With so many foreign traders arriving, Egypt's treasury swelled with gold and livestock. Wealth began to accumulate, creating new temptations. Merchants, flush with profits from selling grain to foreigners, began living lavishly again. Noble families began holding extravagant banquets. Money was flowing in enormous quantities. And yet, Joseph recognized that this new wealth was fragile. It was a mirror of the abundance years, but inverted. And just as abundance had concealed the coming famine, this influx of wealth concealed another truth. Egypt was still in the grip of scarcity. He warned Pharaoh that wealth earned during famine was not true wealth. It was a temporary illusion created by desperation. If Egypt began spending recklessly, believing itself invincible, it could fall into a trap as dangerous as the famine itself. Pharaoh listened. Egypt tightened its regulations. Excessive celebrations were discouraged. Grain sales were monitored. And slowly, the nation settled back into a quiet state of balance. During this period, Joseph began recording his philosophical reflections in the margins of agricultural logs and administrative notes. These writings have not survived in physical form, but fragments of them are preserved in later literature. They reveal a mind that saw economics not merely as numbers, but as expressions of human nature. One of the most striking ideas attributed to Joseph is the notion that abundance creates blindness. He wrote that during abundance, people mistake opportunity for inevitability. They believe that prosperity is a permanent condition rather than a season. Joseph also wrote that famine, though feared, had a strange gift embedded within it. It forced clarity. It forced people to measure their desires. It forced them to separate what mattered from what did not. Scarcity stripped away illusion. Through these reflections, we begin to understand why Joseph not only saved Egypt from starvation, but elevated its consciousness. He taught them to think in cycles, to prepare not for the world they wished for, but for the world that would inevitably come. In the next part, we will move more deeply into Joseph's philosophy of cycles, exploring how his insights formed the foundation of one of the earliest financial systems built on resilience rather than abundance. As the famine stretched into its middle years, something remarkable began to unfold in Egypt, something that revealed not just Joseph's administrative brilliance, but the deeper philosophical transformation he was imprinting on the kingdom. Egypt was no longer simply surviving. It was evolving. Its understanding of wealth, power, and responsibility was shifting in ways that would echo long after the famine ended. Joseph often said that crisis was not an interruption of history, but its acceleration. During times of stability, people clung to old habits. But famine stripped away illusions. It revealed which beliefs were sturdy and which were brittle. In this crucible, Egypt's identity was being reforged, and Joseph guided this transformation with a quiet, relentless clarity. He began holding gatherings with regional overseers in the palace gardens. These were not political meetings, but philosophical discussions disguised as logistical reviews. Lanterns flickered over papyrus scrolls spread out across the stone benches. The overseers, hardened by years of managing desperate crowds, listened as Joseph spoke about the deeper forces that shaped cycles. He explained that abundance and famine were not punishments or rewards. They were part of the world's natural intelligence. He likened them to breathing. The world inhaled during times of plenty, filling itself with resources. Then it exhaled through scarcity, releasing excess and teaching restraint. Trying to cling to abundance forever was as foolish as trying to inhale endlessly without exhaling. The rhythm was not only natural, it was necessary. Some of the overseers were surprised by Joseph's calm. They expected someone who managed the kingdom's survival to be heavy with worry. Instead, Joseph carried himself like a man who had accepted the inevitability of cycles. He did not fear scarcity. He respected it, and this respect allowed him to govern without panic. At one gathering, an overseer from the region of Thebes asked Joseph whether he believed the famine was divine judgment. Many Egyptians feared that the gods were punishing the land. Others believed the famine was a sign of political weakness. Still others whispered that it was a punishment for Pharaoh's reliance on a foreigner. Joseph listened, then answered in a way that unsettled the assumptions of everyone present. He said that famine was not a divine punishment, but a divine language. It was how the universe spoke when human beings forgot the fragility of life. It was a reminder that nothing remained constant. Not the river, not the soil, not power, not even the comfort of daily bread. He warned that if people interpreted cycles as wrath, they would miss the wisdom carved into them. The overseers left those meetings with a renewed sense of purpose. They no longer saw themselves as administrators of shortage, but as interpreters of a natural law. Their work became almost sacred. They understood that they were not merely distributing grain, but stewarding a nation through the deepest lesson it would ever learn. Meanwhile, Joseph turned his attention to the granaries themselves. These massive structures were not simply storage facilities. They had become symbols, pillars of predictability in a time when everything else was unstable. Joseph had always chosen their locations carefully, placing them near the river so grain could move by boat, near villages to allow efficient distribution, and near border regions to control trade with foreign nations. But now he began developing a second tier of granaries, reserve storehouses that would hold a portion of Egypt's grain beyond what was needed for immediate survival. These reserves were designed not only to protect Egypt from the remaining famine years, but to rebuild the nation when the famine ended. Joseph believed that recovery itself required preparation. If Egypt spent every grain during the famine, it would emerge from the crisis desperate and vulnerable. So he introduced a system of internal rationing that allowed the kingdom to sustain both survival and recovery. This concept, saving during scarcity, was revolutionary. It defied human instincts. People wanted to believe that famine justified total consumption. But Joseph insisted that discipline during hard times created wealth that no abundance could ever replicate. During one inspection of the central granary complex, Joseph walked among the towering storage chambers with a group of apprentices assigned to learn his methods. As they observed the rotation of grain, Joseph explained a principle that later scribes recorded as one of his most striking insights. He said that abundance was never as generous as it appeared, and famine was never as cruel. The danger lay not in abundance or famine themselves, but in how people behaved during them. Abundance taught indulgence. Famine taught clarity. But only those who retained clarity during abundance and discipline during famine would find true stability. His apprentices pondered this long after the lesson ended. Joseph had a way of making simple statements feel like revelations. His mind saw balance where others saw contradiction. And this balance became the guiding structure of Egypt's survival. As Joseph worked, he continued encountering people whose lives reflected the philosophical heart of the famine. He met a widow from the Delta who rationed grain so carefully that she fed her entire household with less than half of what other families consumed. When Joseph asked how she managed such discipline, she replied that losing her husband had taught her the cost of illusions. Joseph recorded her story in his private notes as an example of wisdom born from hardship. He met a merchant from Canaan who arrived with goods to trade, hoping to secure grain for his starving family. Joseph observed how the famine had stripped the merchant of pride and left only the core of his humanity, love for his household. It reminded Joseph that hardship, though harsh, had a way of revealing the truest desires of the heart. He even met children in villages who had grown strangely mature, helping their parents conserve food, refusing to waste even a handful. These children represented a generation shaped not by abundance, but by awareness. Joseph believed they would become the architects of a wiser era. While Joseph witnessed these individual stories, Pharaoh witnessed something larger. The kingdom itself was becoming stronger during famine, not weaker. The people were learning restraint. They were learning the value of structure. They were learning to trust in foresight rather than temporary comfort. To Pharaoh, this was nothing short of extraordinary. Under Joseph's system, Egypt was becoming not merely a powerful nation, but a resilient one. Yet Joseph never allowed himself to be carried away by success. He continually reminded Pharaoh that stability during famine did not guarantee stability afterward. The return of abundance would tempt people to forget everything they had learned. They would want to spend freely again. They would want to expand fields aggressively, build grand structures, and celebrate without restraint. Joseph warned that the most dangerous moment of any famine was the moment it ended, because abundance returned like a sudden flood, sweeping away discipline if one was not vigilant. Pharaoh listened intently. He understood that Joseph's insight went beyond politics or agriculture. It was a philosophy of life. It was a way to understand the world not as a series of random events, but as a cycle of rise and fall, expansion and contraction, opportunity and caution. And Joseph, with a steadiness that seemed impossible for one who had suffered so much, began to articulate a financial principle that would later be mirrored in the greatest banking systems and investment philosophies in history. True wealth is not created in abundance. It is preserved in scarcity. The next part will transition from philosophy to the beginnings of Joseph's financial system, exploring how Egypt's granaries became the template for one of the earliest models of economic resilience. By the 4th and 5th years of famine, Egypt had become the epicenter of a remarkable transformation. What had begun as a desperate defensive strategy, gathering grain to survive a predicted catastrophe, was evolving into something far more sophisticated. Egypt was becoming a deliberate, structured economy, guided by principles that resembled the earliest forms of national economic planning. And at the center of this transformation stood Joseph, who had come to understand famine not merely as a crisis, but as an opportunity to build systems that could endure beyond his lifetime. From every direction, caravans approached Egypt's borders, bearing the unmistakable signs of collapse. Dust-covered camels from the east, traders from Canaan with sunken faces, families from Libya crossing the desert with empty water skins. They arrived with whatever they had left: cloth, livestock, tools, oils, sometimes even heirloom jewelry passed down generations. They brought these offerings not for profit, but for survival. And Egypt, under Joseph's structure, did something unprecedented. It began to function as a national reserve for an entire region. The distribution of grain to foreigners was not chaotic. Joseph insisted that every exchange be recorded meticulously. Scribes at border stations documented names, origins, goods offered, quantities allocated. Each transaction became part of a growing archive that historians, centuries later, would reference as one of the richest administrative records of the ancient world. Through these practices, Egypt's grain stores became more than food. They became currency. Joseph understood something few rulers did at the time. In an era of famine, the nation that controlled resources controlled influence. But Joseph also believed that control without wisdom was dangerous. So he created a structure where Egypt would trade fairly, maintaining humanitarian responsibility while protecting its reserves. Grain was distributed proportionally. Prices were kept consistent across regions. And every district in Egypt maintained internal transparency, something almost unheard of in ancient administrations where corruption often thrived. As Joseph refined these systems, he began to recognize that he was essentially building an early economic model rooted in the principles of supply management, resource allocation, and long-term planning. He would never have used those modern terms, but the concepts he developed foreshadowed them with astonishing accuracy. One of Joseph's most remarkable decisions came during the later famine years. As food grew scarcer across the region, many foreign traders exhausted their goods. They had nothing left to exchange. They came to Egypt with empty hands and hungry eyes. It would have been easy, perhaps even justifiable, for Egypt to refuse them. But Joseph saw this as a critical moment in shaping Egypt's economic future. He proposed that Egypt accept land, labor, and long-term service as forms of exchange. The idea was radical. It effectively transformed economic crisis into an opportunity for national expansion. Families who could not pay for grain with goods could offer their land, which Egypt would sustain and manage. Individuals could offer themselves in service, ensuring their families received rations in return. These arrangements were recorded with clarity, not as punitive contracts, but as structured agreements. Joseph insisted that each arrangement guarantee the survival of the individual or family involved. The result was transformative. Egypt's economic footprint expanded. Its agricultural potential grew, and its population became more integrated, connected through structure rather than desperation. A lesser ruler might have abused this moment to build power through oppression. But Joseph used it to create stability, redistributing responsibilities across the kingdom in a way that strengthened the nation's foundation. While these economic changes unfolded, Joseph spent countless nights refining his philosophical understanding of cycles. The famine had become a living example of the principles he believed governed existence. He saw how abundance had bred overconfidence in many, and how famine had humbled even the wealthiest. He saw how scarcity revealed character, exposing the strengths and weaknesses of individuals and nations alike. Joseph wrote that cycles were not random fluctuations, but reflections of deeper truths. He believed that abundance tested wisdom, while scarcity tested resilience. Only those who passed both tests could become truly secure. In this belief, Joseph was centuries ahead of his time. His philosophy foreshadowed later economic theories about boom and bust cycles, the need for reserves, and the dangers of over-leveraging during prosperous periods. Joseph's reflections on cycles were not merely academic. They influenced every decision he made. When foreign nations begged for more than Egypt could spare, Joseph measured compassion against long-term risk. When wealthy Egyptians offered large payments for larger rations, Joseph refused to allow privilege to disrupt fairness. He believed that survival depended on equal access to resources. His financial structure was built not on exploitation, but on stewardship. One of the most revealing moments came when Joseph instructed the overseers to maintain small reserves in each district, even when granaries seemed dangerously low. This instruction confused many. They believed that every grain counted. But Joseph understood a principle that most leaders of the ancient world could not grasp. A system without redundancy collapses under stress. These district reserves became essential during the final famine years when transport between regions became strained. Local stores ensured that no region became isolated or starved due to logistical failures. Joseph's attention to detail, combined with his philosophical clarity, created a new type of wealth, one defined not by accumulation, but by resilience. Pharaoh himself began describing Joseph's methods as a form of national wisdom, not merely economic strategy. The king recognized that Joseph had given Egypt something far more precious than grain. He had given it foresight. While Joseph's system flourished, Joseph's own life was undergoing an equally profound transformation. He had married Asenath, the daughter of an Egyptian priest, and their home became a place where two entirely different cultural traditions met and merged. Asenath, raised in the theological and ritual practices of Egypt, found Joseph's philosophy both foreign and compelling. She often listened to him speak about cycles, noticing how his ideas diverged from Egypt's more linear understanding of divine favor. Over time, their conversations became a blending of two worlds, Egyptian ritualism and Joseph's rhythmic philosophy. These personal reflections strengthened Joseph's understanding of leadership. He realized that wisdom was not bound to culture or origin. It was a universal truth discovered through experience. And his own journey, from favored son to slave, from prisoner to vizier, had been a cycle in itself. A pattern of rise, fall, rise again. Hardship had been his teacher long before he became Egypt's. By the 6th year of famine, Joseph's financial system had become so effective that Egypt was not merely surviving, but accumulating strength. Its population was fed. Its economy, though strained, was structured. Its influence had grown beyond its borders. But Joseph did not celebrate. He warned Pharaoh that the final famine year would test Egypt more severely than any that had come before. The 7th year arrived with a silence that felt heavier than the years prior. The land was exhausted. The foreign lands around Egypt were desolate. The sky hung dry over barren fields. And yet Egypt endured, not through miracles or luck, but through planning, discipline, structure, and philosophy. By the end of the 7th year, every grain Joseph had stored had served its purpose. Not a handful had been gathered in vain. Egypt had completed a cycle that would be remembered for thousands of years as one of the greatest feats of foresight in ancient history. And Joseph knew the most powerful moment was still ahead. For the cycle was about to turn once more. Abundance would return. And what Egypt chose to do with that abundance would determine its destiny. In the next section, Part 3 will explore how entire civilizations ignored or embraced these cycle laws, leading either to their rise or collapse. The famine finally loosened its grip on the land. The skies softened. The Nile began rising again, timid at first, then with renewed strength. New shoots of green pushed through exhausted fields, and the scent of wet earth returned to the villages. Egypt breathed, not with the relief of chance survival, but with the steady confidence of a people who had been prepared. Yet while Egypt recovered with structure and discipline, the nations beyond its borders were not so fortunate. The famine had hollowed them out, exposing fractures that had long been ignored. And as Joseph watched the world beyond Egypt struggle to recover, he recognized a truth that would echo across millennia. Civilizations fall not because crises arrive, but because they forget the lessons that would have protected them. Joseph had saved Egypt from the famine, but he could not save other lands from the consequences of forgetting the cycle. And in the years that followed, he became acutely aware of how many societies through history had suffered because they ignored the very wisdom Pharaoh had once embraced. In the archives of the palace, Joseph found records from earlier centuries. Scrolls that described kingdoms that had flourished with abundance so great it seemed infinite, only to collapse under the weight of a famine or war they never thought possible. He read accounts of rulers who erected monuments instead of granaries, leaders who trusted omens more than preparation, administrators who believed past prosperity guaranteed future stability. The more he studied, the more he realized Egypt's survival was an exception, not the rule. One of the earliest stories Joseph encountered came from the time of the Old Kingdom, long before his arrival. It spoke of a 7-year famine that struck during the reign of Pharaoh hundreds of years earlier. The land had withered, and temples had run out of offerings. People starved in the streets, while officials argued over whether the gods had abandoned them. Only when an advisor named Imhotep, a man of profound clarity, surveyed the land scientifically rather than ritually, did Egypt find a solution. Imhotep had studied the Nile, its roots in the distant south, and traced the famine to drought in lands far beyond Egypt. He recommended repairs to irrigation channels and a reorganization of food distribution. His guidance lifted the kingdom from crisis, but after his death, the records faded into the dust of archives. By the time Joseph arrived, the wisdom of Imhotep was known only to specialists. The people remembered the famine, but not the solution. Joseph recognized a pattern that would replay throughout human history. Wisdom, once discovered, was often forgotten. And when forgotten, people walked willingly into cycles of suffering that had been experienced before. The more Joseph read, the more he understood that the famine Egypt had survived under his leadership was not unique. What made it remarkable was not its severity, but Egypt's memory. Egypt remembered the dream. It remembered the warning. It followed the structure. And because of that, it endured. But not all societies had this clarity. Joseph found accounts of a devastating collapse in the north, in a collection of scrolls from Syrian merchants. They described the fall of Ugarit, a city that thrived on trade, wealth, and cultural brilliance. Ugarit had been a place of poetry and commerce, a hub of exchange that linked the Mediterranean to the Near East. But in a single generation, it collapsed. Some blamed invading forces from the sea. Others blamed internal corruption. But the merchant scrolls revealed the deeper truth. Ugarit had consumed its prosperity without thought for the future. The city had built wealth without building resilience. When crisis came, whether famine or invasion, it had no reserves, no contingency plan, no structure. Ugarit fell not simply because it was attacked, but because it had forgotten famine was possible. Joseph felt a strange chill as he read those accounts. It was as if he was glimpsing the future of nations that would rise long after Egypt. He saw a universal pattern, one that transcended geography and culture. Societies that anchored themselves in abundance believed abundance would last forever. Their calendars were filled with festivals, their granaries with grain, their treasuries with gold. But their foundations were hollow. When scarcity arrived, their wealth evaporated like mist. He found similar themes in records from Mesopotamia. The Sumerians, who built city-states of staggering innovation, had repeatedly suffered collapses because they overextended their agricultural systems. They irrigated fields until the soil turned salty. They expanded cities beyond the capacity of the surrounding land to sustain them. In times of prosperity, they celebrated expansion. In times of decline, they were paralyzed. Their downfall came not from enemies, but from forgetting limits. Joseph realized that some societies collapsed not because they were weak, but because they were blinded by their own success. They believed prosperity was a sign of inherent superiority, not a season. And when the season changed, they could not adapt. There was a moment during these studies when Joseph closed a scroll and sat silently in the archives, listening to the faint crackling of torches along the walls. He felt a deep sorrow, not for Egypt, which had survived, but for the world beyond its borders. He felt sorrow for every civilization that would rise, thrive, and collapse under the weight of forgetting the dream. It was in this reflective state that Joseph developed one of his most profound philosophical insights. Abundance without memory leads to ruin. He saw that abundance did not simply create comfort. It created amnesia. Prosperity made people forget hardship, forget vulnerability, forget the necessity of preparation. They interpreted abundance as evidence of their own brilliance rather than the gift of a generous moment in time. And from that misunderstanding, all manner of folly emerged. Joseph began sharing these insights with scholars and high officials in Pharaoh's court. He urged them to record not only the events of the famine, but the lessons it taught. He insisted that Egypt's scribes document the system of preparation in detail, how grain was measured, stored, rotated, and distributed. He wanted future generations to know that survival was not magic or divine favor alone, but the product of structure, patience, and foresight. He warned that one day there would be leaders who would inherit a peaceful Egypt, walk through flourishing fields, and assume their prosperity was permanent. Those leaders, he feared, would be the most vulnerable of all. The famine had created clarity. Now, the return of abundance would test the kingdom's memory more than scarcity ever had. In the next section, we will explore deeper historical episodes of collapse, revealing how forgotten wisdom shattered entire empires and how Joseph's philosophy foreshadows the rise and fall of nations for centuries to come. When the famine finally ended, Egypt emerged into the sunlight of renewal with a strength that astonished foreign observers. Fields slowly regained their color. Irrigation channels filled once more. The marketplace regained its murmur of life. Children ran between baskets of grain as merchants reopened their stalls. Yet in Joseph's mind, the true test of Egypt had only just begun. He had seen enough history, both lived and recorded, to know that abundance was more dangerous than famine. Famine sharpens the senses. Abundance dulls them. And Joseph feared that Egypt, like so many civilizations before it, might forget the dream that had saved it. To understand this fear, Joseph immersed himself in the study of forgotten nations. He spent long evenings in the palace archives, reading the fragile scrolls of scribes who had lived centuries before him. These accounts revealed stories of empires that had thrived in their time, brilliant, powerful, and seemingly unshakable, yet had vanished almost overnight because they believed their prosperity was eternal. One such story came from the ancient Hittites. Their empire had once stretched across Anatolia, reaching into Syria, clashing with Egypt itself in earlier centuries. They were formidable. Their kings rode into battle with infantry and chariots that terrified their enemies. Their cities held palaces and granaries that testified to their wealth. Yet the famine that Joseph witnessed was only one piece of a much larger catastrophe that swept across their lands. Drought, internal disputes, and foreign invasions combined into a perfect storm. The Hittites had no unified plan, no cohesive strategy, no reserves of grain or discipline to fall back on. the empire collapsed in a matter of decades. The capital at Hattusa, once protected by massive walls, was abandoned so thoroughly that its existence was forgotten until archaeologists rediscovered it thousands of years later. Joseph found in the Hittite collapse a haunting parallel to the cycle he had seen in Pharaoh's dream. They had enjoyed years of prosperity, military success, and agricultural abundance. They had expanded their influence across vast territories. But in their season of strength, they forgot the possibility of weakness. When scarcity struck, the empire fractured from within. Their elites fought for control. Their soldiers deserted. Their farmers fled to the valleys. By the time the crisis ended, the Hittites were nothing more than a cautionary tale scattered across broken clay tablets. Joseph saw this same pattern repeated across time. He read records of the city of Megiddo, once a flourishing hub of trade nestled along the routes between Egypt, Mesopotamia, and Anatolia. Megiddo had survived countless conflicts because of its strategic location. But during one prolonged period of drought, its leaders refused to ration their grain. They continued to live lavishly while their people starved. The city's internal unrest grew until the gates were opened to invading forces. Megiddo fell not because of external weakness, but internal decay amplified by forgotten foresight. What troubled Joseph most, however, were the accounts from farther east, the stories of the Akkadian Empire, the first great empire in recorded history. The Akkadians had unified Mesopotamia and ruled for generations with unimaginable wealth. But then came the drought known as the 4.2 kilo-year event. Rainfall ceased. Crops failed. The empire's agricultural base crumbled, and the people, weakened by hunger, turned against the ruling elite. Cities were abandoned, violence spread, and the empire dissolved into a patchwork of fractured regions. Archaeologists would one day uncover inscriptions lamenting the catastrophe. The great fields brought forth no grain. The people were scattered. The land was empty. Joseph stared at such passages for long moments, absorbing their grief. He understood that famine itself was not the cause of collapse. The cause was a lack of foresight, a lack of discipline during times of abundance. The Akkadians had expanded too quickly. They had built monuments instead of reserves. They had believed the river valleys would nourish them forever. They had forgotten the cycle. Egypt, Joseph realized, had one advantage these other empires lacked: memory embodied in preparation. Pharaoh had listened. The people had obeyed. The granaries had filled. And because of that, Egypt had passed through the famine intact. But Joseph also understood that wisdom had a half-life. Unless preserved deliberately, it faded. And Egypt was already showing signs of returning to old habits. Farmers, ecstatic at the return of the Nile floods, began planting aggressively. Markets were flooded with new goods as traders returned from distant lands with luxuries they had been unable to purchase during the famine. Aristocrats who had embraced restraint were beginning to commission new jewelry, host feasts, and reinstate old festivals. The palace servants reported that wine shipments had increased sharply. Even the scribes noted that the temple offerings, formerly modest during the famine, were once more extravagant. These were subtle signs. Nothing alarming, nothing dangerous yet. But Joseph knew that cycles began with whispers before they ended in storms. If Egypt forgot the discipline that had preserved it, the next crisis, whether drought, war, or political upheaval, would find the nation unprepared. Joseph began sending letters to regional governors, reminding them of the famine and urging them to maintain emergency reserves. But many responded with polite reassurances. They insisted the crisis was over. They believed the Nile's return signaled divine favor. Some even suggested that Egypt no longer needed such strict rationing systems now that abundance had returned. Joseph recognized this tone. It was the tone of nations on the brink of forgetting. To strengthen Egypt's memory, Joseph began gathering scholars in the House of Life, the institution where scribes were trained. He instructed them to document every aspect of the famine, the flood records, the rationing procedures, the granary designs, the rotation schedules, the diplomatic negotiations. He emphasized that future generations needed not only stories, but systems. The wisdom must live not only in memory, but in structure. Joseph also ordered the creation of new storage facilities, even in times of abundance, a measure that perplexed many. But his reasoning was clear. If the people saw granaries being built after the famine had ended, it would signal that preparation was not a temporary strategy, but a permanent philosophy. Despite these efforts, Joseph's greatest challenge remained philosophical. He needed to convince Egypt that abundance itself was dangerous when unaccompanied by caution. He knew how difficult this was. He had seen nations collapse because they equated prosperity with permanence. One evening, Joseph visited a village along the Nile where he had first supervised grain collection years earlier. He watched farmers celebrating as the first successful harvest in nearly a decade filled their baskets. Their children danced through the fields. Their wives sang in relief. Joseph smiled at their joy, but he felt a quiet sadness as well. He knew that this joy, if not guided, could swell into complacency. An elderly farmer approached him quietly and said, "You saved us, but how do we make sure we never need saving again?" Joseph answered with a simplicity forged from years of reflection. "Remember the famine as if it were still here." The farmer nodded, but Joseph wondered how long that memory would live in the hearts of a people shaped now by renewed abundance. In the next section, we will explore the final collapses Joseph studied, civilizations that ignored the laws of cycles, and how his philosophy foreshadows modern financial patterns of boom, denial, and inevitable correction. The more Joseph studied the past, the more he understood that the cycles revealed in Pharaoh's dream were not unique to Egypt, nor confined to one era of history. They were a universal law, an eternal rhythm shaping every civilization that had ever risen from the dust. And the tragedies he uncovered were not caused by famine alone. They were caused by forgetfulness, the forgetting of fragility, the forgetting of limits, the forgetting of the dream. As Joseph stepped deeper into these ancient records, he encountered stories so haunting that he felt as though he were reading prophecy disguised as history. One such story came from the archives of a merchant guild that had traded with the Mycenaeans, an early Greek civilization known for its monumental palaces and warrior kings. The Mycenaeans were wealthy beyond measure. Their palaces were decorated with frescoes of hunts, feasts, and victories. Their warriors carried bronze weapons adorned with intricate designs, and their storerooms overflowed with oils, grains, and wine. Yet when famine and drought swept through the Aegean, compounded by external raids and internal rebellions, the Mycenaean system collapsed catastrophically. The palaces burned. The scribes vanished. Cities that once sent ships across the Mediterranean became ghost ruins. Archaeologists thousands of years later would find linear B tablets charred by fire, abandoned mid-sentence, as if the scribes had dropped their styluses and fled in panic. Joseph read these accounts with a growing sense of unease. The Mycenaeans had experienced abundance so consistently that they believed their prosperity was permanent. They spent lavishly, expanded recklessly, and neglected to build structural reserves. They mistook growth for strength. When the cycle turned, they shattered. This was the lesson Joseph recognized everywhere he looked. Abundance breeds overconfidence, which breeds fragility. Another example emerged from the records of coastal traders who had once sailed to the island of Crete. The Minoan civilization was a marvel. Artists, architects, engineers, and seafarers far ahead of their contemporaries. Their palaces were open-air complexes with vibrant murals. Their markets bustled with international trade. Their economy was a masterpiece of balance between agriculture and maritime commerce. Yet even they were not spared the consequences of forgetting. After a series of natural disasters, including a massive volcanic eruption on Thera, the Minoans found themselves weakened. Instead of rebuilding their reserves and strengthening internal systems, their leaders doubled down on ceremonies and displays of wealth. They invested in symbols of prosperity while ignoring the internal fractures growing beneath the surface. When outside forces pressed against their weakened state, the civilization crumbled. The palaces fell silent. Joseph paused as he read these accounts. He sensed a tragic irony that played out across cultures. Prosperity concealed slow decay. People imagined that good times would continue because they had never known anything else. The cycle always caught them unprepared. He saw the same patterns in the stories of the Indus Valley civilization, whose cities, Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro, were masterpieces of urban planning. Their drainage systems were so advanced that later nations would struggle to match them. But when climatic shifts altered river paths and drought struck, the civilization slowly unraveled. The people dispersed. Cities emptied. Records faded. They had believed the river systems were eternal. They were not. Joseph read these case studies not as distant tragedies, but as warnings. If Egypt ever allowed abundance to erase memory, it too could fall prey to the cycle. Even in Joseph's own lifetime, Egypt's political landscape revealed hints of fragility. After the famine, a new generation of bureaucrats joined the administrative system, young men who had not experienced scarcity firsthand. They were diligent, intelligent, and ambitious, but they lacked the visceral understanding of hardship that shaped the elders. To them, Joseph's strict systems seemed excessive. They questioned why so much grain needed to be stored now that the famine had passed. They wondered why Joseph insisted on maintaining the rotation systems. Some, in private, mocked the caution of older overseers. Joseph recognized the tone immediately. It was the voice of abundance-born arrogance. It was the first crack in the memory. So he gathered these young officials in the palace's central hall, a grand chamber where columns soared toward painted ceilings depicting the gods. He addressed them not as a superior reprimanding subordinates, but as a teacher speaking to eager students. He reminded them of the famine, not in abstract terms, but vividly. He described the hollow faces at the border, the caravans of starving families, the empty fields stretching across foreign lands. He described mothers carrying their last portion of grain across deserts, fathers trading entire herds for a single basket of wheat. He told them of the children who had lost their innocence to hunger. Then he asked the young overseers a simple question. Why did Egypt survive? They answered with words like Pharaoh, discipline, strong administration. Joseph shook his head gently. No, he said. Egypt survived because it remembered. He explained that remembering did not mean simply recalling events. Memory had to become structure. It had to be embedded in systems, habits, laws, and culture. If Egypt abandoned the systems now, then the next famine, whether in 10 years or 100, would find it as vulnerable as any other nation. Some officials understood. Others did not. Joseph knew he could not change every heart. But he believed that if he told the story often enough, some part of the nation would carry the memory forward. One night, Joseph stood again by the Nile, watching the moonlit water flow gently between its banks. He thought of all the civilizations that had forgotten the dream, that had built their futures on illusions rather than discipline. He wondered how many more would rise and fall long after his time. He whispered into the dark river. The dream was never about cows or grain. It was about time. It was about the cycle that rules us all. And he realized then that Pharaoh's dream was not just a prophecy about 7 years. It was a message for humanity itself. Those who remember the cycle will endure. Those who forget will be devoured by the next turn of the wheel. As Joseph walked back toward the palace, he knew that the work ahead would require more than agriculture and administration. It would require teaching Egypt to think in centuries, not seasons. It would require embedding philosophy into daily life. It would require turning memory into wealth. This brings us to the next part, where the philosophy of cycles, the spiritual law behind Joseph's insight, becomes clear. In Part 4, we will explore the ancient metaphysics of rhythm, the rise and fall pattern that shapes both empires and individual lives, and how this wisdom becomes financial clarity in the modern world. Before Joseph's rise, Egypt saw history as a straight line. Dynasties rose. Dynasties fell. Kings lived, ruled, and died. There were wars, festivals, coronations, funerals. Everything seemed to move forward. Even the Nile, with its yearly floods, felt like a predictable pulse rather than a teacher of deeper truths. But as Joseph walked through the aftermath of the famine and studied the collapses of distant civilizations, he came to see time not as a line, but as a wheel. This realization would place him among a lineage of thinkers that stretched far beyond the borders of Egypt. Philosophers, kings, mystics, and scholars who understood that the world repeats itself in cycles. Long after Joseph, this idea would appear in Stoic writings, in Hindu cosmology, in Buddhist teachings, in medieval Christian philosophy, and in the works of the Roman statesman Boethius, who described fortune turning her wheel, lifting some to power while casting others into obscurity. But centuries before these writings, Joseph had already grasped the essence of the cycle. He came to understand that abundance and famine were simply two faces of the same truth. They were the inhaling and exhaling of the universe. Neither was permanent. Neither was designed to last. And when people forgot this, when they clung to abundance as though it were eternal, they became fragile, blind, and unprepared. After the famine, as Egypt slowly regained its vitality, Joseph spent many evenings in quiet contemplation. He sat along the riverbanks, listening to the rhythm of water against stone, watching the moon drift above the palm trees. In the rustle of reeds and the steady breathing of the river, he sensed a truth older than any civilization. Everything moved in cycles: the seasons, the tides, the rise and fall of nations, the fortunes of families, the emotions within a human heart. He began to articulate this thought to those around him. "The world does not move forward," he told Pharaoh one night in the palace garden. "It turns." Pharaoh, who had grown older and more reflective since the famine, nodded slowly. "And what does it turn upon?" Joseph answered. "Memory and humility." He explained that when civilization remembered its vulnerability, it prepared. When it prepared, it endured. But when it forgot, when it mistook prosperity for permanence, it became prey to the next turn of the wheel. Pharaoh listened with the weight of a man who had once been humbled by a dream. He knew Joseph spoke truth, because he had lived through the famine with him. As Joseph continued teaching these ideas, he found that his perspective aligned with spiritual traditions older than Egypt itself. The priests of Heliopolis taught that creation was born from cycles of chaos and order. Sumerian myths spoke of seasons controlled by deities who alternated between generosity and restraint. Even the stories of Joseph's own ancestors, the Hebrews, carried the theme of cycles: Jacob's wanderings, Isaac's famine, Abraham's migrations. Joseph believed that all ancient wisdom traditions were attempts to name the same reality. Life is a turning wheel. The more he studied, the more he found examples. He read about the ancient kings of Kish who ruled with arrogance until drought humbled them. He read about Uruk, where Gilgamesh had once reigned triumphantly, only for the city to falter under resource strain. He read about the golden age of the old Babylonian kingdom, which had eventually crumbled not from weakness, but from the certainty of its own strength. Each story carried the same shape: rise, overconfidence, ignorance, collapse. Joseph began using these stories to teach the next generation of Egyptian administrators. He gathered young scribes beneath the shade of palm trees, speaking to them as their mentor. He said, "Prosperity is a test of wisdom. Famine is a test of resilience. But the greatest test is what happens in the season between them. He taught them that resilience was not reacting to crisis, but anticipating it. He taught them that their duty was not simply to manage abundance, but to remember what abundance concealed. He taught them that wealth without wisdom became a trap. Some scribes absorbed his lessons with reverence. Others, born into a recovering Egypt, listened with polite detachment. Joseph sensed that this was the beginning of the forgetting that would one day return. But he continued anyway, knowing that wisdom must be sown like seeds. During these years, Joseph became fascinated with the philosophical concept of impermanence. He saw it everywhere. The sand dunes shifting shape, the riverbanks eroding and reforming, the granite statues weathering under centuries of wind. Even the legendary monuments of the ancestors, pyramids built to defy time, showed signs of wear. Nothing lasted. And yet, within this constant change, there was a strange stability. The cycle itself never changed. Abundance followed famine. Famine followed abundance. Pride followed success. Humility followed collapse. Then success rose again. It was a rhythm as ancient as the stars. Joseph shared these reflections with his wife Asenath, who listened with a mixture of awe and unease. She had grown up in a priestly tradition that viewed the world as a cosmic order governed by unchanging gods. Joseph's philosophy was different. It suggested that even divine favor was cyclical, that the gods, or the God Joseph served, taught humanity through the rhythm of rise and fall. Asenath asked him one night, "If everything rises and falls, then what remains?" Joseph answered with the simplicity of a man who had lived through every season. "Character," he said, "and preparation." This idea would become the cornerstone of his later financial philosophy, though Joseph himself did not speak in terms of finance. He spoke in terms of stewardship. He believed that the wise stewarded not only resources, but awareness. He began developing a framework that would later inspire entire economic systems, a model of cyclical preparation. He taught that during abundance, people must limit their desires, store resources, and cultivate humility. During famine, people must ration wisely, maintain discipline, and avoid panic. And between these seasons, they must preserve the memory of both abundance and scarcity. This philosophy, the Wheel of Fortuna before Fortuna was ever named, was Joseph's greatest gift to Egypt. It allowed the kingdom to recover faster than any other region struck by famine. It protected them from the illusions that destroyed so many neighboring civilizations. And it planted seeds that future generations would rediscover in their own search for stability. The scribes recorded Joseph's teachings in a collection of scrolls that, though long lost, influenced thought for centuries. These writings inspired a generation of leaders to govern with caution rather than arrogance, foresight rather than impulse. For a time, Egypt remembered, but Joseph knew that memory fades. And unless it is renewed, the wheel inevitably turns back toward forgetfulness. In the next section, we will explore how Joseph's philosophy connects to one of the most important thinkers of the ancient world, Boethius, who also perceived the wheel of fate, and how these insights become the foundation for timeless financial wisdom. Long after Joseph's time, across an ocean of centuries, another man would sit in a dimly lit prison cell and confront the same truth Joseph had seen etched into the rhythm of the Nile. This man was Anicius Manlius Severinus Boethius, philosopher, statesman, scholar, and one of the last great voices of the classical world. Once honored in the courts of Rome, Boethius fell from grace under false accusations, stripped of his titles, and awaited execution in a damp chamber far from the halls where he once debated with emperors. And it was in that quiet, despairing place that he wrote The Consolation of Philosophy, a text that would travel through medieval Europe for 1,000 years and shape the minds of kings and monks alike. Boethius described a vision of Lady Philosophy, a figure draped in celestial wisdom, who taught him the truth Joseph already understood, that life is governed not by linear progress, but by fortune's wheel. Sometimes the wheel raised kings, sometimes it cast them to the ground. But the wise, she said, do not cling to the turning spokes. They stand at the center, steady and unshaken, knowing that the motion around them is part of a larger design. Joseph had lived this truth centuries before. He had risen from a pit to a palace, from a prisoner's chains to Pharaoh's ring. He had watched famine strip the land bare, then watched abundance return. He had seen nations fall into dust because they believed their prosperity was eternal. And here, in Boethius's writings, Joseph's insight found echo. Boethius wrote that nothing external can be trusted, not wealth, not status, not the favor of rulers. These things are unstable, shifting like sand beneath one's feet. He argued that only inner clarity, steady character, and philosophical resilience could anchor a person against the turning of the wheel. Joseph would have agreed entirely. For Joseph, the wheel was not a metaphor. It was a lived experience. He did not learn the cycle from books or teachers. He learned it from betrayal, servitude, imprisonment, revelation, leadership, crisis, and renewal. He understood that what fortune gives, she can take without warning. But he also understood something even deeper. While abundance and famine are inevitable, fragility is optional. This idea became the basis for the philosophy Joseph passed on to Egypt. He taught Pharaoh, scribes, and overseers that the world was not cruel for turning. It was natural. What destroyed nations was their refusal to adapt, their worship of abundance, their denial of limits. Meanwhile, what strengthened individuals and nations alike was their ability to remain centered while the world moved around them. Joseph's early lessons began penetrating deeper into Egyptian society. Priests debated them in temple courtyards. Scholars copied fragments of his teachings onto fresh papyrus. Younger administrators, who had survived the famine as children, grew up shaped by the discipline of their elders. They internalized the idea that resilience was a duty, not an accident. Still, Joseph noticed a dangerous pattern. Even after the famine, some people clung to the illusion that abundance was a sign of divine favoritism and famine a punishment. Joseph disagreed. He believed that both were elements of a single, cyclical intelligence. Abundance gave opportunity. Famine gave clarity. Together, they formed a path to wisdom. He began teaching that every person, every family, and every nation lived through 3 repeating states. First came ascent, times of growth, prosperity, hope, and expansion. Then came apex, moments of peak success, where danger lurked silently beneath triumph. Lastly came contraction, periods of hardship, humility, and recalibration. Most people, he explained, mistook the apex for permanence. They believed the peak was the new normal. They built lifestyles, obligations, and expectations upon this illusion. Then, when the cycle turned, they were shattered. Joseph taught that the wise recognized the apex, the pinnacle, not as a place to rest, but as a moment to prepare for descent. They saved, studied, strengthened their foundation, and simplified their obligations. They did not fear the contraction. They embraced it as the necessary reset of life. Boethius expressed the same truth. In his prison writings, he insisted that no person was truly wise unless they had accepted the turning of fortune's wheel. He argued that true freedom came not from rising and falling, but from understanding the motion itself. Joseph knew this long before Boethius. Sometimes Joseph wondered if the universe whispered the same wisdom to every era, waiting for someone to listen. Maybe the gods spoke through famine and feast, through rise and fall. Maybe every generation received the same message in different forms. Prepare while you prosper. Remain calm while you suffer. To Joseph, this was the essence of the wheel. One evening, Joseph sat with a circle of young scribes and spoke of these ideas. The flickering torches cast long shadows on the stone pillars, and the air was thick with the smell of burning resin. Joseph asked them a question that would stay with them for the rest of their lives. "What is the center of the wheel?" They pondered in silence. Some said wisdom. Others said discipline. One, more philosophical than the rest, said truth. Joseph shook his head gently. "The center of the wheel," he said, "is awareness. Awareness of change. Awareness of fragility. Awareness of possibility. When you understand that everything turns, you stop clinging to any single moment." He taught them that the person who stands at the center of the wheel sees the motion without being consumed by it. Joy becomes gratitude instead of intoxication. Hardship becomes instruction instead of despair. This philosophy would shape the next phase of Joseph's work, transforming the wheel's lessons into a financial system that could endure for generations. But before he could do that, he needed Egypt to understand one final truth, as he told his scribes that night. Cycles do not punish the unwise. They reveal them. This revelation became the bridge between Joseph's metaphysical insights and the practical economic wisdom that would define the next part of his legacy. In the next section, Part 4, Chunk 3, we will explore how Joseph began transforming this cycle philosophy into a structured financial model, one that resembles the foundations of modern savings, investment discipline, risk management, and economic resilience. Joseph's understanding of cycles was no longer a private reflection. It had become the philosophical foundation of his leadership. Yet philosophy alone could not preserve a nation. Wisdom needed structure to survive. The famine had proven that systems, not sentiments, determined whether a civilization endured the turning of the wheel. And so, Joseph began translating metaphysical insight into actionable economic principles, practices that would form one of the earliest prototypes of financial resilience in human history. He started with a simple, unsettling observation. During the famine, people had behaved with discipline because they had no choice. But now, with abundance returning, he saw familiar temptations resurfacing. The markets were lively again. Traders were eager to regain lost fortunes. Vintners reopened their cellars, perfuming the air with optimism. Young men who had grown up during scarcity were now eager for comfort and indulgence. And already, some nobles were commissioning grand building projects to signal their return to prestige. Joseph understood this pattern intimately. Hardship sharpened focus. Comfort softened it. Scarcity created resilience. Abundance created amnesia. If Egypt was to remain strong, Joseph needed to embed the laws of cycles directly into its economic behavior. So he began crafting a series of principles that would protect individuals, households, and the kingdom as a whole when the wheel turned again. His first principle was the most radical. Permanence must never be assumed. He taught that no field would always yield its full measure. No market would always rise. No river would always flood generously. No ruler's good favor would always last. And no peace would always remain. He believed that denial was the greatest threat to long-term stability. A society that treated prosperity as a birthright was already halfway to collapse. He instructed Egypt's administrative scribes to adopt a new system of record-keeping, not focused solely on what was harvested, but on what was saved. For Joseph, the surplus mattered far more than the yield. He introduced a ratio that had never been used before, the preparedness ratio. It measured how much grain a region stored compared to how much it consumed. It was the earliest recorded attempt to quantify resilience. Regions with high preparedness ratios were praised and rewarded. Regions that consumed too aggressively were warned, then audited. If an overseer failed to maintain reserves, Joseph replaced him with someone who understood the law of the cycle. He was gentle in his tone, but unshakable in his discipline. He knew that one weak district could endanger the entire nation. But Joseph was wise enough to know that economic resilience could not be built only through strict oversight. People needed to understand the value of restraint at a personal level, not just at the administrative level. And so, Joseph began teaching families to adopt the same rhythm as the nation. In village gatherings, he spoke about diversifying sources of sustenance. Farmers who had once grown only grain were encouraged to cultivate legumes, vegetables, and herbs as well. Shepherds were taught to maintain breeding reserves instead of selling every animal during good years. Fishermen along the Nile were instructed to develop preservation methods so they wouldn't depend solely on fresh catches. Joseph believed that relying on a single source of security, whether economic or emotional, made individuals vulnerable to the turns of the wheel. He also encouraged families to store personal reserves of grain, oil, and dried fish, not out of fear, but out of reverence for the law of cycles. In every household, he wanted the memory of famine to remain close, not as trauma, but as discipline. At the same time, Joseph introduced concepts that resembled early insurance. In regions prone to drought or locust invasions, he urged families to pool small portions of their grain to create communal reserves. If one household suffered a sudden loss, the community could draw from the reserve to support them. This practice not only strengthened villages economically, but bonded them socially. It transformed the experience of hardship into collective resilience. Joseph's goal was clear. He did not want Egypt merely to survive the next famine. He wanted Egypt to reach a state where the cycles themselves became predictable companions, known, respected, and understood. During these years, Joseph worked closely with scribes to develop long-term agricultural planning. They mapped regions by soil quality, proximity to water, vulnerability to pests, and population density. For the first time, Egypt had a blueprint not only for efficient production, but for sustainable production. Grain storage was expanded in regions where harvests were more abundant. Irrigation channels were repaired by long-term programs rather than reactive efforts. And Joseph introduced a 10-year cycle of surplus allocation, one that mirrored the sacred rhythm he had seen in Pharaoh's dream. Joseph also began addressing the psychological dimension of wealth. He recognized that fear drove people to hoard excessively, while pride drove others to spend recklessly. To counter this, he taught the concept of measured desire. He spoke to the people not as a ruler, but as a fellow mortal who had known wealth, loss, prison, and power. He said, "Prosperity without restraint is the beginning of ruin. Scarcity without clarity is the beginning of despair. Both require a steady hand and a mindful heart." His teachings resonated deeply, especially among elders who had lived through the famine. Many villages began telling stories of the 7 years, not as tragedy, but as sacred memory. They taught their children that the years of hunger were not punishment, but invitation. An invitation to wisdom, gratitude, and foresight. Joseph's final phase of reform centered on Egypt's administrative backbone. He trained a generation of young scribes, teaching them to think not in seasons, but in cycles. He studied their strengths, their temperaments, and their weaknesses. Some he molded into overseers. Others he placed in the granary system. A few he selected as his personal aides, preparing them to continue his work long after he was gone. These young scribes would form the intellectual foundation of Egypt's future economic stability. They were the inheritance Joseph gave to the nation, a lineage of memory keepers who understood that wealth was not the absence of need, but the presence of preparation. One of Joseph's last administrative acts was to establish a document known among scribes as the Great Accounting of Cycles. Though the original is lost, fragments of its philosophy are preserved in later Egyptian writings. It outlined how to recognize the approach of abundance, how to recognize the approach of scarcity, how to store during prosperity, how to ration during hardship, how to rebuild after collapse, how to preserve memory across generations. It was the first text to treat economics as a spiritual discipline. And with that, Joseph completed what Pharaoh's dream had commanded him to do, not merely to interpret the cycle, but to teach it He understood that no system, no matter how brilliant, could last forever. But the wisdom behind the system could. And if Egypt remembered, truly remembered, then the wheel could turn without destroying them. In the next section, Part 5, we shift from Egypt to Venice, another civilization that mastered scarcity, leveraged systems, and turned crisis into innovation. Through the story of Venetian merchants navigating plague, war, and economic upheaval, we will witness how Joseph's principles reappear across time in unexpected ways. The city of Venice did not rise from ordinary soil. It rose from water, salt, and fear. When barbarian invasions swept across northern Italy in the 5th century, desperate families fled to the marshy lagoon, building makeshift huts on shifting sandbanks surrounded by towering reeds. What began as a refuge became an improbable city suspended between land and sea. Venice's foundations were not stone, but stakes driven into mud, reinforced by ingenuity and resilience. Every structure, every bridge, every piazza stood like a defiant whisper against collapse. By the 14th century, this improbable settlement had transformed into the richest maritime republic in Europe. Its merchants, wrapped in heavy cloaks, bearing rings carved with their family insignias, ruled trade routes stretching from Egypt to Constantinople, from the Levant to England. The sound of their galleys creaking in the lagoon was the heartbeat of a global empire made without kings, built by families whose wealth flowed not from land, but from water. Yet the prosperity of Venice existed under a shadow. The same sea that brought spices, silk, and gold also carried epidemics. The same bustling docks that glowed with opportunity were gateways for invisible enemies. And in the year 1348, the nightmare arrived. The Black Death swept across Europe like a tide of death, carried by fleas, rats, and ships, Venetian ships included. The plague did not announce itself with thunder. It seeped in silently, through a handful of sailors returning from the east. Within weeks, fevered bodies began collapsing in narrow alleys. The canals reflected not the lively shimmer of merchant lanterns, but the eerie quiet of abandoned gondolas tied loosely to their moorings. Church bells tolled without rest. Entire families vanished in days. And the city that once commanded the seas trembled under the weight of terror. But in this darkest moment, something extraordinary happened. Venice did not collapse. While other cities succumbed to panic, burned bodies in heaps, looted homes, and leaders who fled, Venice turned to its greatest strength, its ability to create order from chaos. The Republic acted with a precision that historians still marvel at. Long before the rest of Europe, Venice understood that survival required structure. Within days, the government established the world's first formal quarantine system. The word quarantine itself comes from 40 giorni, 40 days, which Venice imposed on all arriving ships. Vessels were forced to wait on isolated islands in the lagoon before docking. Those suspected of carrying disease were confined in lazarettos, specialized plague hospitals built on desolate islets surrounded by brackish water. These measures were unprecedented. They were costly. They were unpopular. But they saved Venice. Joseph, had he lived in that age, would have recognized the wisdom immediately. The Venetians treated the plague not as an unpredictable catastrophe, but as a cycle, a rhythm of invasion and retreat that would return in future generations. They assumed the wheel would turn again. And so they prepared while others prayed. Venice reorganized its merchant guilds, distributing risk so that no single family bore the burden of entire voyages. They introduced maritime insurance, ensuring that if a ship sank or was seized, the financial ruin was shared across many investors. They diversified routes so that no single port's collapse would choke the economy. They created double-entry bookkeeping, an innovation that allowed merchants to track profit and loss with clarity, creating transparency in a world where memory alone once governed commerce. But these innovations did not appear suddenly. They grew from the philosophy that had guided Venice since its founding: survival through adaptation. In a city built on shifting mud, nothing was permanent. Structures needed constant reinforcement. Trade routes fluctuated with weather, politics, and war. Seas brought wealth and danger alike. Venetians knew from birth that life demanded adjustment. The lagoon itself taught them that. And so when the plague struck, and again when it returned decades later in waves, Venice did not respond with despair. It responded with systems. The people had no illusions of stability. Their wealth was fluid, like the water beneath their homes, and they treated it with caution. Even as the plague thinned their ranks, the merchants of Venice met in dimly lit chambers, reviewing ledgers, reallocating ships, renegotiating contracts. It was not callousness. It was survival. They knew that if Venice collapsed economically, its people would have no refuge left. In the midst of this turmoil, one merchant family rose to prominence. The Mocenigo family had been traders for generations, sending their sons to Alexandria and their fleets to Cyprus. When the plague hit, they lost 3 sons, 2 cousins, and an uncle. Half the household vanished. Yet in their grief, they did something remarkable. They reorganized their trade network using principles that Joseph himself would have applauded centuries earlier. They split their fleet among multiple partners instead of consolidating it. They invested in smaller, faster vessels less likely to be targeted by pirates. They began storing emergency reserves of grain and salted fish to protect their sailors and workers during supply chain disruptions. These methods, adopted by others, became the backbone of Venetian resilience. The philosophy behind these actions was simple, yet profound. Expect interruption, and you will not be undone by it. The Venetians believed that crises were not deviations from life, but integral to it. They accepted turbulence as natural. They respected uncertainty. This mindset allowed them to turn even plague into opportunity. While other regions struggled to rebuild, Venice expanded its influence. The Republic bought failing trade hubs at discounted prices. They established new colonies along the Dalmatian coast. They secured exclusive trading rights with weakened Eastern powers. Venice grew stronger, not because it escaped the plague, but because it anticipated the aftermath. By the end of the century, Venetian merchants had transformed catastrophe into cornerstone. Their ledgers told the story, profit stabilizing, losses minimized, investments diversified. They were not immune to the wheel, but they had learned to ride it with grace. Joseph would have recognized in them what he had once tried to instill in Egypt: resilience. A nation that understood cycles, respected uncertainty, and built systems to survive both feast and famine. In the next section, we will explore the philosophical core behind Venice's actions, the worldview that treated uncertainty not as threat, but as teacher, and how this philosophy forms the backbone of modern risk management. In Venice, the plague did more than carve graves and silence marketplaces. It exposed a profound truth woven into the city's identity, an understanding that uncertainty was not the enemy of prosperity, but the condition in which all prosperity existed. While other cities tried to return to the world they had lost, Venice chose to adapt to the world that now existed. And in this adaptation, they revealed a philosophy as old as Joseph's and as timeless as the turning of the wheel. To understand the Venetian worldview, one must understand the lagoon itself. The Venetians lived in a landscape that changed every day. Tides rose and fell. Sandbanks shifted. Wooden piles rotted and had to be replaced. A storm could remake an entire shoreline overnight. Venice survived not because it resisted change, but because it accepted change as inevitable. It was a city built by people who understood that permanence was an illusion. They had grown up hearing the creaking of foundations beneath their feet, sensing the movement of water beneath their homes. This environment taught them what the merchants would later put into words. Stability is not the absence of motion, but the ability to remain balanced while everything moves around you. The plague only deepened this philosophy. As bodies were carried through quiet canals and the scent of burning herbs drifted through courtyards, Venetians began to grasp the fragility of life in a new way. But unlike others who responded to fragility with fear, the Venetians responded with deliberate thought. They looked at the devastation and asked, what is the structure that allows survival within chaos? That question shaped the Republic's identity for centuries. One of Venice's earliest philosophical innovations came not from monks or scholars, but from merchants meeting in candlelit back rooms above warehouses. These men spent long nights reviewing ledgers stained with sea salt, trying to understand how a single event, a storm, a plague, a war, could destroy an entire family fortune in an instant. They realized that wealth concentrated in one venture was as fragile as a ship caught alone in a storm. So, they developed a principle that came to define Venetian commerce: distribute risk across many hands. This principle became the basis of the colleganza, one of the earliest forms of shared investment. In a colleganza, a wealthy investor partnered with a traveling merchant. The investor provided capital. The merchant provided labor, skill, and courage. The profits, if any, were divided. If the ship sank or pirates attacked, the loss did not destroy the investor entirely because his money was divided among many such ventures. And the merchant, though bearing danger, traveled on a contract that protected his family from destitution. This system allowed Venice to endure storms that would have destroyed other cities. When one fleet failed, 10 others might return safely. When one merchant fell ill, the wider network sustained the economy. Risk became a shared burden, not an individual fate. And slowly, a new economic philosophy emerged: distributed resilience. Joseph would have recognized this instantly. It mirrored the system he once built in Egypt, where granaries were spread across districts so no single region could collapse alone. Venice was practicing, in its own maritime way, the lesson of the 7 years: spread resources, diversify effort, avoid concentration. But Venetian philosophy went deeper than risk-sharing. They believed that knowledge, especially information about uncertainty, was a commodity as valuable as gold. Thus emerged the Venetian obsession with record-keeping. Every shipment was logged. Every contract was copied. Every arrival and departure was documented. They developed double-entry bookkeeping not as an academic exercise, but as a weapon against the unpredictable. If the world was chaos, then clarity would be strength. This philosophical clarity shaped how Venice responded to every shock. When the plague returned in smaller waves, Venetian officials did not panic. They studied the first outbreak. They refined the quarantine system. They expanded lazarettos. They created new protocols for ship inspections. And in doing so, they created the world's first public health system, centuries before the concept existed anywhere else. They also developed an unusual relationship with wealth. Venetian merchants spent heavily on art, architecture, and civic beautification, but they were disciplined in their private lives. Even the wealthiest families often lived in simple stone houses with modest interiors. Their luxury was public, not private. They built vast palaces facing the canals, but many of these grand facades masked surprisingly restrained living spaces. It was as if the entire republic understood that ostentation attracted attention, and attention attracted risk. This restraint came from a shared belief. Wealth was not to be displayed, but to be preserved. This idea echoed Joseph's warnings to Egypt long before. Prosperity needed humility. Excess invited collapse. Venice, unlike many rising powers, understood this instinctively. Their merchants were educated not only in commerce, but in the philosophy of impermanence. They believed fortunes turned as quickly as tides. They prepared for loss. They embraced caution. They expected disruption. And that expectation became a form of strength. The Mocenigo and Contarini families, two of the most powerful houses in Venice, maintained detailed risk maps showing which ports were unstable, which routes were prone to storms, which markets were nearing saturation, and which political alliances might shift. These maps resembled prophetic charts more than business plans. They were built not on ambition, but on fear married to wisdom. A Venetian merchant once wrote in his travel diary, "I trust the sea only because it lies openly. It hides nothing. Men hide. Markets hide. Kings hide. The sea is honest." This sentence tells us everything. Venetians trusted uncertainty more than they trusted stability because uncertainty was predictable. It always returned. Their philosophy shaped not only commerce, but culture. Venetian painters depicted scenes of motion, wind, waves, shifting light, because stillness was foreign to their worldview. Venetian architecture relied on constant maintenance. Nothing was built assuming permanence. And Venetian politics, structured around councils instead of monarchs, prevented the concentration of power that had destroyed other states. They avoided charismatic kings because kings could fall from the wheel too quickly. A republic, they believed, must survive not only good leaders, but bad ones. And so Venice developed a system of governance based on distributed authority, rotating roles, and checks so intricate that no single person could destabilize the republic. It was political resilience mirroring financial resilience. Joseph would have admired this deeply. He once said, "Strength is not found in one pillar, but in many small ones supporting the same roof." Venice lived this truth. By the 15th century, Venice had transformed the philosophy of uncertainty into one of the most powerful economic and political systems in Europe. They built their wealth not on the illusion of stability, but on the expectation of disruption. In the next section, we will explore how these Venetian principles, risk distribution, redundancy, diversification, and strategic restraint evolved into the foundations of modern finance, from portfolio theory to insurance to anti-fragile investing. As Venice navigated plague, war, political upheaval, and the unpredictability of the seas, its merchants slowly transformed survival into a science. What began as instinct, born from life on unstable waters, became refined into methods, systems, and practices that foreshadow modern financial wisdom by centuries. Their ledgers were not merely records of profit and loss. They were maps of human behavior under uncertainty, illuminated by a philosophy of resilience that Joseph himself would have recognized instantly. Venetian merchants knew that prosperity was not made in a single brilliant voyage, but in the careful construction of many small, well-balanced ventures. They learned early that betting everything on a single route or a single commodity was an invitation for disaster. The seas were unpredictable, and so were kings, pirates, storms, and plagues. They understood that survival belonged not to the boldest, but to the most prepared. In the 15th century, this philosophy crystallized into a more formal set of principles, what modern scholars call the Venetian School of Risk. It revolved around three core ideas: diversification, documentation, and disciplined restraint. Diversification was the Venetian way of honoring the cycle, even if they never spoke of it in mystical terms. They scattered their investments across regions, products, and partners. A single merchant might have a stake in a fleet bound for Alexandria, a wool shipment headed toward Bruges, glass beads going to North Africa, and spices stored in a warehouse awaiting favorable prices. This scattershot structure meant that no single disaster could destroy them. They embraced small wins and small losses, trusting that the broad pattern of spread risk would create stability over time. Documentation, the second pillar, was Venice's way of combating uncertainty with clarity. Venetians kept meticulous records in books thicker than an arm's width, tracking each cargo's origin, cost, expected return, risk category, travel route, voyage duration, and partner obligations. They recorded failures as carefully as successes. These ledgers allowed merchants to study patterns, seasonal price fluctuations, the frequency of pirate attacks, or the financial behavior of specific trading partners. Venice became one of the first societies in the world to make decisions based not on hope or tradition, but on data accumulated over generations. It was through this documentation that Venetians began to observe the subtle shifts of the economic wheel. They noticed how prices rose and fell in seasonal waves, how certain routes became dangerous during political instability, how plagues depressed local markets before elevating others. They became students of cycles, not through prophecy, but through observation. And in doing so, they achieved a kind of practical foresight that mirrored Joseph's spiritual foresight. The third principle, disciplined restraint, was perhaps the most remarkable. Venetian families, especially the oldest noble houses, were famous for their austerity. They viewed wealth not as a tool for indulgence, but as a buffer against catastrophe. Many merchants, even the wealthiest, followed rigid rules: no extravagant feasting, no unnecessary expenditures on clothing, no reckless gambling, no impulsive investments. They understood that fortune could turn quickly, and that pride was the most expensive luxury a merchant could afford. This restraint was not only personal, but political. Venice avoided wars when it could, preferring treaties, trade alliances, and economic leverage. They knew war was the fastest way to drain reserves and destabilize a fragile balance. When war was unavoidable, Venice financed it through bonds sold to citizens, an early form of public debt used to spread risk across the population. This strategy allowed Venice to remain solvent even during prolonged conflicts. Joseph would have recognized this instantly. He had once urged Egypt to store grain not only for famine, but for recovery. He had taught that strength was not in the grandeur of a palace, but in the silent fullness of a granary. Venice mastered the same truth in the language of ledgers and ships. One of the most remarkable examples came during the late 15th century, when Venice faced the rise of the Ottoman Empire, a force powerful enough to challenge every Christian kingdom in the Mediterranean. While Venice negotiated peace treaties, it simultaneously diversified trade flows, shifting routes northward toward the Adriatic and westward toward Spain. When ports in the east became uncertain, Venice increased exports of glass and textiles into European markets. When tensions rose, they strengthened their shipyards and expanded diplomatic networks. They did not wait for collapse to react. They adjusted while the wheel was still turning. This flexibility made Venice one of the longest-lasting republics in history, a 1,000-year experiment in resilience. But perhaps the most profound Venetian innovation was the invention of what modern economists now call redundancy. Venetians built backups for everything: additional ships for a fleet, reserve warehouses for grain and salt, multiple trade partners in case one defaulted, and layers of governance to prevent a single failure from destabilizing the Republic. They understood that efficiency alone was a dangerous idol. Redundancy was life. Joseph practiced the same principle when he built granaries in every region of Egypt. A single palace storehouse could be compromised. A nation of scattered, well-managed reserves could not. Through their philosophy, Venetians transformed risk from a threat into a strategic element of wealth creation. They accepted that danger could not be eliminated, but it could be respected, managed, and leveraged. This acceptance made them powerful not because they avoided uncertainty, but because they embraced it fully. By the dawn of the Renaissance, Venetian merchants had created the first truly global network of economic resilience. Their ships spanned continents. Their records spanned generations. Their philosophy spanned every human experience of uncertainty, plague, war, political upheaval, market collapse. They had mastered the art of enduring cycles by anticipating them, preparing for them, and adjusting to them. And in doing so, they revealed a truth Joseph had long understood. The world belongs not to those who conquer chaos, but to those who prepare for it. In the next part, Part 6, we journey to Japan, where the samurai and daimyo of the Tokugawa era learned a similar lesson. Through austerity politics and the code of frugality, they discovered how discipline, not luxury, preserves a nation. Winter in Japan has a particular silence, clear, sharp, and edged like a blade. It is a silence that holds its breath, waiting. In the early 17th century, during the rise of the Tokugawa shogunate, this silence settled over a country that had known nothing but chaos for more than a century. Civil wars had fractured provinces. Samurai families battled for dominance. Farmers had been forced to abandon their fields to flee burning villages. The economy was shattered. The land was exhausted, and the people were weary in their bones. When Tokugawa Ieyasu unified Japan in 1603, he inherited not peace, but the ruins of conflict. What he saw in the ashes of the old order disturbed him. Samurai who once lived by honor now lived in debt. Daimyo, regional lords, maintained extravagant castles but lacked stable harvests. Villages that should have thrived with rice paddies lay neglected. Gold and silver, drained by endless warfare, flowed out of the country through unbalanced foreign trade. Japan had entered an era of outward splendor and inward fragility. Ieyasu understood a truth that Joseph would have recognized instantly. Civilizations fall not because they are weak, but because they ignore their weaknesses while celebrating their strengths. And so, in the first years of Tokugawa rule, a radical transformation began, one shaped not by expansion or conquest, but by discipline, austerity, and restraint. In the cold months of the year, the shogunate issued decrees that astonished the daimyo. Extravagance in clothing was forbidden. Luxurious banquets were restricted. Samurai were ordered to simplify their attire and reduce unnecessary spending. Castle construction was limited by law. No daimyo could build without shogunal permission. Even marriage ceremonies were regulated to prevent lavish displays. Japan was being reshaped from the top down, guided by a vision of simplicity that bordered on asceticism. These measures were not simply moral edicts. They were economic strategy disguised as cultural refinement. Ieyasu and his advisors understood that Japan's greatest threat was not rebellion or foreign invasion, but economic collapse. Centuries of war had inflated the privileges of the warrior class beyond what the land could support. Daimyo spent fortunes maintaining massive entourages, hosting festivals, and engaging in symbolic displays of wealth. Samurai, no longer fighting battles, spent stipends on luxuries they could not afford. If the samurai class fell into bankruptcy, the fragile peace would shatter. And so, the shogunate sought to reshape the mindset of an entire warrior class. They introduced sumptuary laws, restrictions on consumption designed to bind society to humility. They promoted frugality as virtue, not deprivation. The philosophy was simple. A nation strengthened by discipline could withstand any winter. This era, remembered in later writings as the Samurai Winter, became a period of profound cultural and philosophical transformation. Samurai who once defined themselves by the sword began redefining themselves by endurance. They studied Confucian texts that emphasized obedience, restraint, and the importance of fulfilling one's duty with dignity. They practiced Zen meditation, learning to sit with hunger, cold, and discomfort without flinching. Even the tea ceremony, once an aristocratic pastime, became a quiet practice of simplicity and presence. Meanwhile, the shogunate restructured the economy with almost surgical precision. Taxes were standardized based on rice yield. Village headmen were trained to calculate harvests accurately, preventing fraud and ensuring fair distribution. Land surveys were conducted with unprecedented thoroughness. In some regions, samurai administrators walked every boundary line themselves, learning the rhythm of the land they governed. And yet, despite these reforms, Japan faced a deeper, more insidious threat: recurring famines. During harsh winters, the land froze. Rice harvests failed. Rivers fed by snowmelt ran thin. Entire regions hovered on the brink of starvation. Daimyo who had ignored the shogunate's warnings found themselves unable to feed their people. Rebellions broke out. Villages attempted to migrate illegally. Samurai debt soared again. The Tokugawa rulers saw what Joseph had once seen in Egypt. Famine revealed character. Some daimyo strengthened their resolve, enforcing ration systems, opening emergency granaries, and prioritizing the elderly and children. Others panicked, spending what little reserves they had to maintain status, banquets, and appearances. For these lords, famine uncovered hollowness at the core. In the midst of these struggles, one figure emerged as a quiet pioneer of economic discipline: Ninomiya Sontoku. Born into poverty during the late Tokugawa era, Sontoku lost both parents at a young age. He spent his childhood gathering firewood and farming barren fields. But through relentless study, he became a philosopher of rural economics, perhaps the closest Japan would ever come to having its own Joseph. Sontoku believed that the spirit of a nation was reflected in how it managed scarcity. He traveled from village to village, teaching farmers the principle of hotoku, the repayment of blessings through work, gratitude, and disciplined stewardship. He urged families to store rice during plentiful years, to replant trees after harvesting wood, and to honor the earth by not taking more than they needed. He helped entire villages rebuild their economies by reminding them of a simple truth: resilience begins with responsibility. Sontoku famously carried a book on his back while working in the fields, studying while cultivating the land. His life embodied the Tokugawa ideal: simplicity, effort, and wisdom intertwined. Joseph, had he walked beside Sontoku through the rice paddies, would have recognized the same rhythm in the Japanese soil that he once saw in the Nile. He would have recognized the same truth Sontoku taught: abundance is a moment. Discipline is a lifetime. The Tokugawa shogunate institutionalized this truth through a system that would puzzle outsiders for centuries: Sankin Kotai, the alternate attendance requirement. Daimyo were mandated to spend every other year in Edo, leaving their families as political hostages to ensure loyalty. This system had an unexpected economic consequence. It drained daimyo coffers. Travel costs, maintenance of 2 households, and the pressure to appear dignified during the journey forced daimyo to spend carefully. It was enforced frugality disguised as political control. In Edo, a daimyo could not display wealth too flamboyantly without drawing suspicion. In their home provinces, they could not neglect governance. The cycle of movement itself kept them from sinking into stagnation or indulgence. It was a structural rhythm, like the rising and falling of Joseph's 7 years, embedded in the heart of the shogunate. Through austerity, structure, and discipline, the Tokugawa rulers turned a fractured land into one of the most stable societies on earth. For more than 250 years, Japan experienced relative peace, unprecedented in its history. But none of this was accidental. The samurai winter had taught Japan a difficult wisdom. Nations do not endure through abundance, but through humility. In the next section, we will explore the philosophy behind Tokugawa austerity, the metaphysics of discipline, restraint, and duty, and how this worldview becomes a blueprint for personal financial resilience today. Austerity in Tokugawa Japan was not merely a policy. It was a worldview, a philosophy woven into the fabric of daily life, shaping not only how people lived, but who they became. To understand why this mindset endured for centuries, one must step inside the inner world of the samurai, their fears, their pride, and the profound transformation that took place when the sword no longer ruled the land. When the wars ended at the start of the 17th century, the samurai found themselves in a strange and disorienting position. For generations, they had lived and died by the blade. They had been trained to face death with stoic devotion, to value honor more than life. But under Tokugawa rule, peace settled over the land like winter snow, deep, silent, and immovable. The sword, once a tool of survival, became a symbol. The warrior class, no longer engaged in war, transformed into administrators, scribes, teachers, and bureaucrats. Their stipends, fixed and often modest, became their lifeline. Their swords hung at their sides, gleaming but unused. This shift forced the samurai to confront an uncomfortable truth. Without war, their greatest enemy was themselves. Their pride, their indulgence, their desire for status, their inability to adapt. Tokugawa leaders understood this deeply. They saw how quickly peace could rot into decadence, how easily the warrior class could bankrupt itself through vanity. And so the shogunate crafted a philosophy that would anchor the samurai in purpose, even when their swords grew cold. This philosophy was built on 3 pillars: discipline of the body, discipline of the mind, and discipline of desire. Discipline of the body came first. Samurai were encouraged to maintain rigorous physical routines, not for battle, but for self-mastery. Sword drills continued, but now they were practiced in empty dojos under lantern light, the air filled not with shouts of combat, but with the quiet rhythm of movement. Many turned to archery, calligraphy, and martial arts that emphasized presence and focus. These practices were no longer about defeating enemies, but about conquering turbulence within. Discipline of the mind followed. Confucianism became the intellectual backbone of samurai education. Scholars like Yamazaki Ansai and Hayashi Razan emphasized duty, loyalty, obedience, and moral clarity. The 5 relationships, ruler to subject, father to son, husband to wife, elder to youth, friend to friend, became the scaffolding of social order. Samurai memorized passages that taught restraint, humility, and devotion to the collective good. Their minds were shaped by the belief that a stable society was more important than personal ambition. Then came the deepest pillar, the discipline of desire. This was the core of Tokugawa austerity. Samurai were taught that excess was poison. Extravagance weakened the spirit. Luxury distracted the mind. Tokugawa decrees prohibited them from wearing silk if their rank did not justify it. They were instructed to avoid ornate armor, lavish clothing, elaborate homes, and ornate celebrations. Even the number of servants a samurai could hire was restricted. The purpose was not punishment. It was clarity. The shogunate believed that when warriors forgot simplicity, they forgot strength. For the daimyo, restraint was political necessity. Debt was not just personal failure, it was danger. A daimyo deep in debt might raise taxes excessively, sparking rebellion. He might borrow from merchants and lose influence. He might even be forced to sell family lands. And so, the shogunate required daimyo to maintain strict accounting records, to report their finances annually, and to govern their households with care. Any sign of indulgence was viewed as a threat to national stability. It was here, in the tension between pride and austerity, that a new kind of philosophy emerged, a belief that the true warrior thrived not in abundance, but in restriction. The samurai began to romanticize simplicity as the highest form of virtue. This cultural evolution found expression in the tea ceremony, perfected by Sen no Rikyu and later embraced by the samurai class. In the quiet of a tea hut, where walls were bare and decorations sparse, samurai learned the value of modesty. A single flower, a simple cup, the sound of boiling water, a moment of unity between host and guest. It was a direct rejection of excess, a way to return to the essence of being. This mentality mirrored the austerity philosophies of Europe's Stoics, who believed that discipline fortified the soul. It mirrored Joseph's warnings in Egypt that abundance must be met with humility or it would corrupt the mind. And it mirrored Boethius's teachings that fortunes turn, and only inner steadiness endures. Perhaps the most striking embodiment of Tokugawa discipline came from the ordinary villages. Farmers, who formed the backbone of Japan's economy, lived under strict regulations. Rice, the lifeblood of the nation, was carefully measured, taxed, and stored. Villages maintained communal granaries for emergencies. Some regions developed systems whereby each family contributed a portion of rice to a shared reserve, replenished yearly. These reserves saved countless communities from starvation during harsh winters or unexpected droughts. This was Joseph's principle of preparedness, carried thousands of miles and manifested in another culture. In times of scarcity, villagers distributed rice according to need, prioritizing families with infants or elderly members. During abundant years, some villages withheld celebrations to avoid falling into the complacency that prosperity often brought. Parents taught their children that rice was sacred, that wasting even a single grain was dishonoring the work of their ancestors. The philosophy of restraint became woven into social etiquette. Samurai practiced Bushido, the way of the warrior, which emphasized frugality as moral strength. Farmers practiced gomi-muke, the avoidance of waste. Merchants practiced shobai dokoro, the principle that business must support community stability, not exploit it. Even in art, the philosophy manifested itself. Haiku poetry embraced brevity. Ink paintings captured entire worlds with a few brushstrokes. Woodblock prints favored simple lines over elaborate detail. Aesthetic minimalism reflected social discipline. But beneath all these expressions was one idea. Strength is born in limits. Joseph saw this truth in the famine years. Venice embodied it during plague. Tokugawa Japan elevated it into a national code. Yet restraint alone was not enough. Japan also needed a way to distribute the weight of uncertainty across society. This was where the shogunate's most ingenious system, sankinkotai, had unintended economic benefits. By forcing daimyo to travel regularly between their domains and Edo, the shogunate forced them to spend carefully, discouraged hoarding, and maintained a predictable economic cycle. Roads were maintained, inns prospered, markets flourished. And because daimyo spent money along their journeys instead of storing it for rebellion, the economy remained stable. This mobility enforced a rhythm: movement, return, movement again, much like the cycle Joseph once described. It kept wealth circulating. It kept egos checked. It kept stability alive. Across all these reforms and philosophies, Tokugawa Japan cultivated an identity that embraced winter as teacher. Scarcity was not feared, but honored. Limitations were not burdens, but guides. Simplicity was not poverty, but strength. In the next section, Part 6, Chunk 3, we will explore how this philosophy of disciplined austerity became a template for financial resilience, how budgeting, delayed gratification, controlled spending, and intentional living emerge directly from the samurai worldview. If Joseph's Egypt taught the world the wisdom of anticipation, and Venice taught the power of strategic adaptation, then Tokugawa Japan offered something equally profound: the art of disciplined living. It was a philosophy carried not only by rulers and scholars, but by farmers, merchants, and samurai whose everyday choices shaped the stability of an entire society. To understand how this worldview became a financial model, one must look closely at the mindset Japan cultivated during its long peace. This mindset was neither passive nor complacent. It was intentional, methodical, and quietly fierce. It allowed Japan to endure centuries of isolation, natural disasters, crop failures, and internal tensions without collapsing. And at its core was a belief that echoed Joseph's teachings: prosperity means nothing without restraint. In the mid-Tokugawa era, a remarkable document circulated among samurai administrators, a handbook called the Kakun, or House Codes. These texts were written by daimyo to instruct their heirs on how to govern. They included rules on conduct, ethics, management, and financial discipline. Some were stern warnings. Others were poetic reminders of humility. but nearly all shared the same theme. The downfall of a house begins with waste. One house code from the Hosokawa clan stated bluntly, "Luxury is the enemy of order." Another from the Asakura family warned, "When the stomach grows careless, the mind soon follows." A third advised, "Do not build what you cannot maintain." These were not the musings of philosophers. They were hard-earned truths carved from centuries of scarcity and conflict. Samurai learned that wealth, like honor, could evaporate in an instant. A poor harvest, a natural disaster, a political misstep, a sudden summons from the shogunate requiring expensive travel. Stability required vigilance. And so, clan leaders taught their sons to spend less than their stipend allowed, to store rice discreetly, to avoid borrowing, and to shun displays of wealth that could provoke envy or suspicion. But the most significant transformation came not from the samurai, but from the countryside. Japan's farmers developed some of the most advanced household financial practices in the pre-modern world. In village after village, families kept kakebo, early household account books that recorded every expense: food, tools, clothing, taxes, festivals, savings. These records were not optional. They were a way of life. Families sat together at night, illuminated by oil lamps, reviewing their accounts. They asked themselves what they needed, what they could postpone, what they could repair rather than replace. They planned for winter, drought, illness, and unforeseen burdens. The philosophy underlying this practice was simple. If one knows where every grain of rice goes, one is never caught unprepared. This discipline became so ingrained that even during years of abundant harvest, many families continued to live as if scarcity lingered just beyond the horizon. They remembered famine stories passed down by grandparents. They remembered the hunger that once haunted their villages. They stored carefully. They consumed cautiously. They lived with an awareness of fragility that Joseph would have recognized immediately. In the merchant class, this mindset evolved into a sophisticated code known as Shonin-do-do, the way of the merchant. Merchants were required to keep their accounts in multiple books to ensure accuracy. They diversified their businesses, avoided unnecessary debt, and reinvested profits rather than indulging in excess. Their ethics were woven into every transaction: fairness, transparency, and respect for community stability. Merchants who cheated or exploited customers were ostracized. Reputation became currency. These principles formed the basis of Japan's early proto-capitalist economy, centuries before the modern world formalized similar systems. It was an economy rooted not in greed, but in duty, not in expansion, but in preservation, not in rivalries, but in balance. Consider the example of the Omi merchants, traders who traveled across Japan selling cloth, paper, and tools. Their code contained 3 pillars: good for the seller, good for the buyer, and good for society. A transaction was only successful if it upheld all 3. This rule prevented the reckless risk-taking that had collapsed so many European trading houses. It protected both parties from exploitation. More importantly, it anchored the merchant emotionally. Greed was not only dishonorable, it was destabilizing. Their motto, buying with empathy, selling with integrity, became a quiet engine of economic stability. Tokugawa Japan also developed one of the earliest forms of community lending known as KO, mutual financing circles, in which villagers pooled small contributions to support members during financial emergencies. These groups functioned like rotating savings clubs, ensuring that no household faced crisis alone. This concept, people cooperating to manage risk, echoed the communal granaries Joseph once built in Egypt and the risk-sharing partnerships of Venice. Even in architecture, financial resilience took shape. Samurai homes were minimally decorated. Tatami floors, low wooden tables, and sliding paper doors created an environment where simplicity was normal and repairs were inexpensive. Families taught children to handle belongings with care so they would last decades. Houses were built to be flexible, not monumental, designed to withstand earthquakes and time. All of this flowed from one central Tokugawa belief: discipline is wealth. Because a disciplined person spends wisely. A disciplined household saves faithfully. A disciplined community supports its members. A disciplined nation survives its winters. This belief extended into the broader philosophy of wabi-sabi, the beauty of imperfection, simplicity, and transience. In tea huts and gardens, people learn to admire the worn edges of a bowl, the fading grain of wood, the quiet space around a single object. It was a rejection of the European hunger for opulence. It was the spiritual expression of economic restraint. Over time, the samurai winter produced a society with remarkable financial characteristics. Crime decreased. Debt stabilized. Villages prospered. Merchants expanded steadily, not recklessly. Samurai became cautious leaders. And famine, though it returned periodically, never destroyed the nation as it had in earlier eras. Japan had learned the same lesson Joseph once taught Egypt. Strength comes not from what you gather during abundance, but from what you refuse to squander. This philosophy forms a bridge into the financial insights that emerge naturally from the Tokugawa worldview. Budgeting, saving, reducing lifestyle creep, avoiding unnecessary debt, preparing for economic winter, even during summer. These ideas were not modern inventions. They were born in the rice paddies and tea houses of Tokugawa, Japan. In the next part, Part 7, The Lighthouse Principle, we turn to another ancient form of wisdom: how navigators, sailors, and early explorers learned to read invisible signs to survive the unknown seas. Their insights became metaphors for economic foresight and early detection systems, skills essential for navigating the cycles of modern life. Long before charts were precise, before compasses were reliable, before sextants cut the horizon into calculable angles, sailors navigated the world by reading what could not be seen directly. They relied on signs, subtle, delicate, and often invisible to untrained eyes. A shift in the wind, the color of the water, the behavior of birds at dusk, the taste of the air before a storm, a faint glow on the horizon where no land was yet visible. These signs formed what ancient seafarers considered the pulse of the world. This was navigation before mathematics, navigation before science, navigation by instinct, intuition, and memory carried in long oral traditions, whispered from one generation of sailors to the next. And at the center of this ancient art stood an object so quiet, so solitary, and yet so powerful that it changed the destiny of nations: the lighthouse. The earliest lighthouses were nothing like the towering stone structures we imagine today. Some were simply large fires set atop cliffs. Others were iron braziers burning all night on wooden platforms. Mariners could see them from miles away, tiny flickers of light dancing above ocean swells. These lights became symbols of survival. They meant safe harbor, direction, hope, and more importantly, they taught a truth that financial wisdom would later echo. The ability to detect danger early is worth more than any strength one can muster when danger is already upon you. The most famous of these ancient lights was the Lighthouse of Alexandria, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Rising nearly 400 feet above the Mediterranean, it guided ships into the bustling port of Alexandria, a city alive with scholars, merchants, and travelers from distant lands. The lighthouse was not merely a marvel of engineering, it was a beacon of order in a world of unpredictable seas. Ancient accounts tell us that sailors approaching Alexandria during storms would fall to their knees in gratitude when they saw its light. They knew the sea was merciless. They knew a single miscalculation could dash their ships against hidden reefs. But the lighthouse gave them an advantage beyond their strength: early warning. That was its genius. A lighthouse did not calm storms. It did not move reefs. It did not strengthen a ship's hull. It simply revealed what danger could not hide forever. Sailors learned to read that light. If it flickered too violently, they knew winds were strong. If the fog swallowed it, they knew currents had shifted. If it vanished entirely, they knew disaster was imminent. In a world without maps, the lighthouse was intelligence, primitive, yet priceless. Joseph would have recognized the principle immediately. Venice practiced it with risk maps. Tokugawa, Japan practiced it with household accounts. Ancient navigators practiced it with firelight on distant shores. All were embodiments of the same core law. If you can see the storm before it strikes, you hold power, others do not. But lighthouses alone were not enough to guide the earliest explorers. They needed other indicators, patterns in nature that served as invisible signposts. Polynesian navigators, among the greatest sailors in human history, mastered this art with unparalleled intuition. They crossed thousands of miles of open ocean without written maps, using a system called wayfinding. They observed how waves reflected off islands beyond sight, detecting subtle patterns in the swell. They watched stars arc across the night in predictable rhythms. They read cloud formations to identify land. They listened to the wing beats of frigate birds, which never flew far from shore. To the untrained, the ocean was chaos. To the Polynesians, it was a living map. This mastery did not come from brute strength or superior ships. It came from perception, the ability to detect tiny changes and interpret them correctly. That same principle guided Norse explorers as they ventured across icy seas toward Iceland, Greenland, and even North America. They used sunstones, crystals that polarized light, to locate the sun's position on cloudy days. They tracked the migration of whales. They studied how the color of the water changed with depth. Their success did not depend on force, but on insight. In every culture where people faced uncertainty, the greatest navigators were not the strongest, but the most observant. This truth echoed through the centuries. When the age of exploration began, Portugal's Prince Henry the Navigator built a school at Sagres where sailors studied winds, currents, and celestial navigation. The goal was simple: reduce the unknown, turn danger into data, transform fear into preparation. Early detection became the most valuable asset a mariner could possess. And so, the lighthouse principle took shape, a belief that survival depends less on reacting to storms and more on recognizing them early enough to adjust course. This principle extended beyond navigation into governance. Ancient Chinese statesmen used oracles, meteorological patterns, and border reports to anticipate revolts and invasions. The Romans used augurs and detailed surveillance of neighboring tribes. The Maya tracked astronomical cycles to predict agricultural success. Everywhere, the world whispered the same message: the wise survive by paying attention. As Venice monitored trade winds and political tensions, as Tokugawa Japan studied harvest patterns and household budgets, sailors studied the sea. And in that study, they discovered the key that modern financial thinkers would call leading indicators. Before markets crash, there are signs. Before recessions, there are shifts. Before crises, there are subtle tremors. Before famine, there is a whisper in the wind. Joseph heard this whisper in Pharaoh's dream. The Venetians saw it in their ledgers. The samurai felt it in their rice fields. And ancient navigators saw it in the waves. The lighthouse principle unites them all. In the next section, Part 7, Chunk 2, we explore how these ancient navigational insights became the foundation of early warning systems, both spiritual and economic, the metaphysics of intuition, attunement, and reading invisible cycles long before they erupt. There is a moment at sea that only the oldest navigators speak of. A moment before the sky darkens, before the winds shift, before the first wave crests unnaturally high. A moment when the world feels wrong in a way that cannot be articulated, only felt. The Polynesians called it tilapa, the lightning of the sea. Norse sailors called it forvarask, the feeling of being forewarned. Ancient Arab merchants described it as the whisper beneath the wind. It was the quiet intuition that something was coming. No instrument could measure it. No chart could predict it. Yet entire voyages, entire lives, were saved because someone noticed a faint pattern long before danger made itself visible. This was the spiritual side of navigation. It went beyond technique, beyond calculation. It was a merging of perception, humility, and deep attunement to the world. And it formed the philosophical heart of what we now call the lighthouse principle, the understanding that life always sends its signals long before the storm hits, if one is quiet enough to hear them. Ancient sailors lived with an almost mystical awareness of cycles. They sensed weather changing not from clouds, but from silence. They read the ocean's emotions the way a physician reads a patient's breath. A sudden absence of seabirds meant the winds were shifting. A new smell in the air signaled distant rain. A pattern of small waves crossing larger swells revealed the presence of land long before anyone saw it. To the untrained, these details meant nothing. To the navigator, they meant everything. This was more than skill. It was philosophy, an understanding that the world does not hide truth, but reveals it in subtle ways. That the universe provides warnings at the edges of perception, long before danger becomes undeniable. Joseph understood this when he interpreted Pharaoh's dream. The famine had not yet begun. Fields were still green. Harvests were still abundant. But the dream was a lighthouse, an early signal flickering at the edge of the horizon. Joseph listened. And because he listened, an empire lived. This connection between intuition and preparation appears again and again across history. In medieval Europe, shepherds predicted harsh winters by watching animal behavior. Birds nesting closer to the ground meant storms were coming. Sheep growing thicker wool meant early snow. Before there were meteorologists, there were farmers who read the language of survival through nature's small signs. During the rise of the Song dynasty in China, imperial astronomers tracked celestial patterns to forecast agricultural cycles. They observed sunspots, eclipse timing, star brightness, and planetary positions, not for astrology, but for planning grain reserves. Their observations predicted crop failures with surprising accuracy. The court stored grain accordingly, preventing famine in years when the heavens hinted at drought. The lighthouse principle was present in these efforts, the belief that subtle shifts precede major consequences. Even the Aztecs monitored lake water levels and migratory patterns of waterfowl to detect early signs of drought. In the Inca Empire, administrators used knotted quipu cords to track seasonal variations, mapping patterns that modern researchers now recognize as early data analysis. Everywhere, across continents and centuries, the wisest kept their eyes on the faintest signs. Venice did the same through record-keeping. They noticed when wool shipments from England slowed, when prices of Egyptian grain rose disproportionately, when political letters from Constantinople became unusually cautious. Each shift was a lighthouse flickering in the dark. Not enough to panic, but enough to prepare. Tokugawa Japan practiced this through household accounts. If a family noticed that rice prices had risen for 3 consecutive months, even slightly, they cut expenses before the market turned. If harvests were modest across 3 neighboring villages, they tightened rationing. They honored the principle that large disasters often begin with small irregularities. In the samurai winter, intuition itself became a discipline. Villagers could sense famine months before it arrived by observing the dryness of soil, the shadows of clouds, the flight of cranes above the paddies. These signs were not superstition. They were micro-patterns, early data points in a world without algorithms. And every generation that survived did so because someone noticed a whisper before the world began to shout. This ability to read the invisible is not mere observation. It is humility. It requires acknowledging that uncertainty is constant and that the world does not owe clarity. It requires the willingness to watch small things closely, because small things ripple outward into fate. Modern science now gives names to these ancient intuitions. Economists call them leading indicators. Strategists call them weak signals. Risk analysts call them early detection systems. But the essence is unchanged. The lighthouse principle teaches that the world gives warnings before it delivers consequences. A slight decline in productivity, a subtle rise in prices, a strange calm in the marketplace, an unusual spike in speculation, a quiet unease within oneself. These are today's lighthouses, signals flickering on the horizon. The ancient navigators trusted these signs more than their maps. Joseph trusted his dream more than his circumstances. Venice trusted its ledgers more than political promises. Japan trusted the rice fields more than economic theories. And all of them prospered because they acted before the storm, not during it. To practice the lighthouse principle today, one must develop the same deep sensitivity to subtlety. It is not about predicting the future. It is about noticing what the world already reveals. It is about attunement, vigilance, and respect for the invisible movements that precede visible change. It is a spiritual skill, an economic skill, a life skill, and it is timeless. In the next section, Part 7, Chunk 3, we explore how this ancient intuitive wisdom directly informs modern financial foresight, how early warning systems, trend analysis, behavioral cues, and emotional self-awareness form the navigational tools of today's economic seas. Long before modern economics, long before stock tickers pulsed across glowing screens, the world already taught the same lesson again and again. Those who sense the shift earliest survive best. The sailors watching cloud patterns above the Polynesian waters, the Venetian merchants sensing subtle movements in distant markets, the Tokugawa farmers reading the dryness of the soil, each belonged to a lineage of watchers, readers, and interpreters of early signs. Their world was not predictable, but it was readable. Today's world is no different. The storms have changed shape, but the winds still whisper. The question is whether we listen. Modern financial foresight, the true kind, the kind Joseph carried in his bones, is nothing more than the lighthouse principle applied to money, risk, and behavior. At its heart lies a simple idea. Major economic events rarely arrive without warning. They leave footprints. They make small noises. They ripple softly before they roar. And if one cultivates the inner stillness to detect these ripples, one gains an advantage more powerful than wealth itself. The ability to move before others know movement is necessary. This principle begins with awareness, quiet, patient, observational awareness. The same awareness sailors developed through lifetimes at sea. Consider the early signs of the Great Depression. Years before the crash of 1929, subtle signals appeared. Rising consumer debt, inflated stock valuations, factories producing more than the market could absorb. The lighthouse flickered. Many ignored it. A few noticed. The few survived. Some prospered. Consider the 2008 financial crisis. For 5 years before the collapse, housing prices outpaced income growth at an impossible rate. Mortgage lenders loosened standards. Banks bundled risky loans into glossy packages. Analysts, like ancient augurs reading clouds, warned that something was wrong. The lighthouse glowed faintly. Many dismissed it. A few adjusted course. Those few are the ones still standing. This is not prophecy. It is perception. The lighthouse principle teaches that every financial storm begins long before it is seen, deep in the currents of behavior, incentives, sentiment, and imbalance. These are today's wind shifts, wave patterns, and bird flights. But the principle goes deeper than economic indicators. It asks a question that ancient navigators understood intimately. What warning signs exist within the self? A sailor trusted the sea because he trusted his own attunement. He knew when his instincts were sharp, and he knew when pride clouded his vision. The greatest navigators feared not storms, but overconfidence. Modern financial storms often begin inside individuals before they appear in markets. A creeping restlessness, a desire to spend without reason, a subtle envy of others' apparent success, a loss of clarity in one's goals, a growing attachment to convenience, a willingness to take on debt just this once. These are not mistakes. They are early signs, inner lighthouses flickering. The lighthouse principle teaches that inner stability precedes financial stability. When the internal world becomes chaotic, the external world soon follows. Just as sailors needed calm minds to read chaotic oceans, we need calm minds to read our own patterns of desire, anxiety, and impulse. This is where the principle transcends strategy and becomes philosophy. Ancient navigators did not merely look outward. They practiced rituals, meditation, and grounding to clear their minds before voyages. Their decisions were made not in panic, but in deep presence. They trusted that clarity reveals truth and that fear blinds it. This inner discipline is what the Stoics later taught in Rome, what Zen monks taught samurai in Japan, what desert mystics taught merchants in Arabia, and what Joseph embodied as he calmly explained Pharaoh's dream in a court full of trembling advisors. Modern financial wisdom, at its highest level, is not about predicting markets. It is about preparing the mind to see what the world already shows. The lighthouse principle tells us, a storm that destroys you is a storm you refused to notice. A decline that shocks you is a decline you chose not to read. A crisis that breaks you is a crisis whose whispers you ignored. This is why the greatest investors are rarely the most intelligent. They are the most perceptive, the most emotionally steady, the most attuned to subtlety. They read people, not just numbers. They study incentives, not just balance sheets. They watch fear, greed, and overconfidence move through markets like currents beneath the ocean surface. They are modern navigators. Their charts are psychological. Their compasses measure sentiment. Their lighthouses are built from data and intuition alike. Yet the lighthouse principle extends even further. It teaches that early detection is not only about avoiding storms, it is also about recognizing opportunity. Just as Polynesians sensed land beyond the horizon, modern observers can detect emerging industries, shifting social patterns, new technologies, and undervalued markets long before they erupt into public consciousness. Opportunity, like danger, announces itself quietly. It appears in small trends, new habits, subtle changes in behavior, a new technology that seems insignificant, a cultural shift that feels gentle but steady. Most ignore these faint signs. A few listen, and those few shape the future. This is Joseph seeing famine during abundance. This is Venice detecting political tremors overseas. This is Tokugawa villages reading the sky months before drought. This is ancient navigators sensing land without seeing it. Long before modern economics, long before stock tickers pulsed across glowing screens, the world already taught the same lesson again and again. Those who sense the shift earliest survive best. The sailors watching cloud patterns above the Polynesian waters. The Venetian merchants sensing subtle movements in distant markets. The Tokugawa farmers reading the dryness of the soil. Each belonged to a lineage of watchers, readers, and interpreters of early signs. Their world was not predictable, but it was readable. Today's world is no different. The storms have changed shape, but the winds still whisper. The question is whether we listen. Modern financial foresight, the true kind, the kind Joseph carried in his bones, is nothing more than the lighthouse principle applied to money, risk, and behavior. At its heart lies a simple idea. Major economic events rarely arrive without warning. They leave footprints. They make small noises. They ripple softly before they roar. And if one cultivates the inner stillness to detect these ripples, one gains an advantage more powerful than wealth itself. The ability to move before others know movement is necessary. This principle begins with awareness. Quiet, patient, observational awareness. The same awareness sailors developed through lifetimes at sea. Consider the early signs of the Great Depression. Years before the crash of 1929, subtle signals appeared: rising consumer debt, inflated stock valuations, factories producing more than the market could absorb. The lighthouse flickered. Many ignored it. A few noticed. The few survived. Some prospered. Consider the 2008 financial crisis. For 5 years before the collapse, housing prices outpaced income growth at an impossible rate. Mortgage lenders loosened standards. Banks bundled risky loans into glossy packages. Analysts, like ancient augurs reading clouds, warned that something was wrong. The lighthouse glowed faintly. Many dismissed it. A few adjusted course. Those few are the ones still standing. This is not prophecy. It is perception. The lighthouse principle teaches that every financial storm begins long before it is seen, deep in the currents of behavior, incentives, sentiment, and imbalance. These are today's wind shifts, wave patterns, and bird flights. But the principle goes deeper than economic indicators. It asks a question that ancient navigators understood intimately. What warning signs exist within the self? A sailor trusted the sea because he trusted his own attunement. He knew when his instincts were sharp, and he knew when pride clouded his vision. The greatest navigators feared not storms, but overconfidence. Modern financial storms often begin inside individuals before they appear in markets. A creeping restlessness, a desire to spend without reason, a subtle envy of others' apparent success, a loss of clarity in one's goals, a growing attachment to convenience, a willingness to take on debt just this once. These are not mistakes. They are early signs, inner lighthouses flickering. The lighthouse principle teaches that inner stability precedes financial stability. When the internal world becomes chaotic, the external world soon follows. Just as sailors needed calm minds to read chaotic oceans, we need calm minds to read our own patterns of desire, anxiety, and impulse. This is where the principle transcends strategy and becomes philosophy. Ancient navigators did not merely look outward. They practiced rituals, meditation, and grounding to clear their minds before voyages. Their decisions were made not in panic, but in deep presence. They trusted that clarity reveals truth and that fear blinds it. This inner discipline is what the Stoics later taught in Rome, what Zen monks taught samurai in Japan, what desert mystics taught merchants in Arabia, and what Joseph embodied as he calmly explained Pharaoh's dream in a court full of trembling advisors. Modern financial wisdom, at its highest level, is not about predicting markets. It is about preparing the mind to see what the world already shows. The lighthouse principle tells us, a storm that destroys you is a storm you refused to notice. A decline that shocks you is a decline you chose not to read. A crisis that breaks you is a crisis whose whispers you ignored. This is why the greatest investors are rarely the most intelligent. They are the most perceptive, the most emotionally steady, the most attuned to subtlety. They read people, not just numbers. They study incentives, not just balance sheets. They watch fear, greed, and overconfidence move through markets like currents beneath the ocean surface. They are modern navigators. Their charts are psychological. Their compasses measure sentiment. Their lighthouses are built from data and intuition alike. Yet the lighthouse principle extends even further. It teaches that early detection is not only about avoiding storms, it is also about recognizing opportunity. Just as Polynesians sensed land beyond the horizon, modern observers can detect emerging industries, shifting social patterns, new technologies, and undervalued markets long before they erupt into public consciousness. Opportunity, like danger, announces itself quietly. It appears in small trends, new habits, subtle changes in behavior, a new technology that seems insignificant, a cultural shift that feels gentle but steady. Most ignore these faint signs. A few listen, and those few shape the future. This is Joseph seeing famine during abundance. This is Venice detecting political tremors overseas. This is Tokugawa villages reading the sky months before drought. This is ancient navigators sensing land without seeing it. The world always whispers before it speaks. Financial foresight, then, is simply the modern expression of ancient navigation. It asks you to sit quietly with your life. Observe small inconsistencies. Pay attention to your own emotions. Watch the world's patterns with humility. Read the currents beneath the surface. Notice what others dismiss. Act before anyone else understands why. This is the lighthouse principle in its purest form. Awareness before reaction. Patience before motion. Perception before decision. Signals before storms. With this, Part 7 reaches its philosophical apex. And now, the narrative turns toward closure. In the next section, the epilogue, we return to Joseph, Venice, the samurai, and the navigators, weaving their lessons into a final meditation on quiet wealth, prepared souls, and the beauty of living in harmony with cycles. The world always whispers before it speaks. Financial foresight, then, is simply the modern expression of ancient navigation. It asks you to sit quietly with your life. Observe small inconsistencies. Pay attention to your own emotions. Watch the world's patterns with humility. Read the currents beneath the surface. Notice what others dismiss. Act before anyone else understands why. This is the lighthouse principle in its purest form. Awareness before reaction. Patience before motion. Perception before decision. Signals before storms. With this, Part 7 reaches its philosophical apex. And now, the narrative turns toward closure. In the next section, the epilogue, we return to Joseph, Venice, the samurai, and the navigators, weaving their lessons into a final meditation on quiet wealth, prepared souls, and the beauty of living in harmony with cycles. There is a moment at dusk when the world softens. The air cools. The shadows lengthen. The noise of human ambition quiets just enough for the ancient truths to be heard again. It is in this hour, neither day nor night, that the wisdom of those who came before us returns like a tide brushing the shore. Tonight, as the embers settle and the fire glows low, we gather the threads of every story we have followed. The rise of Egypt, the fall of forgotten empires, the resilience of Venice, the discipline of the samurai, the navigators reading invisible signs across endless seas. All these voices, all these civilizations, all these eras whisper the same final truth. Wealth is not abundance. Wealth is preparedness. Joseph understood this deeply. The granaries he filled were never symbols of fear. They were symbols of clarity. He lived in harmony with the cycle, not in defiance of it. When abundance came, he bowed to it with humility. When famine approached, he faced it without panic. His wealth was not measured in grain. It was measured in the steadiness of his mind. Venice, too, embodied this clarity. In the flicker of lanterns along narrow canals, in the soft rustle of parchment inside merchant halls, in the silent compassion of quarantine islands, they built wealth not by chasing opportunity, but by preparing for the unseen. Their power came from accepting the fragility of life, not running from it. And in Japan, during the long Tokugawa peace, a nation learned that the deepest strength is found in restraint. Samurai who once lived by the sword learned to live by the ledger, the tea bowl, the rhythm of rice planting and harvest. They found beauty in simplicity and wealth in discipline. Their prosperity was not loud. It was not flamboyant. It was quiet, intentional, rooted. These were not isolated lessons. These were echoes of a single, ancient rhythm: prosperity, humility, preparation, drought, discipline, foresight, renewal, gratitude, awareness. Life breathes in cycles. History moves in cycles. Wealth grows in cycles, and wisdom, true wisdom, comes from remembering. The world has always been shaped by those who listen early, the ones who notice a shift in the wind before the clouds gather, the ones who sense excess creeping into their habits long before the debt arrives, the ones who store a portion of their harvest while others celebrate without thought for tomorrow. These are the prepared souls, the quiet custodians of stability, the stewards of resilience, the ones who thrive across generations. Quiet wealth is not loud. It is not flamboyant. It is not impulsive. It is the soft strength built in the darkness before dawn. It is the small, daily choices that no one else sees. It is the habit of watching the horizon even when the sky is clear. It is the discipline to save when abundance tempts you to spend. It is the humility to know that even the strongest season will turn. Quiet wealth is the granary Joseph filled, the ledger Venice perfected, the rice bowl Tokugawa families cherished, the star map Polynesian navigators memorized, the lighthouse glowing across stormy seas. Quiet wealth is the mind that prepares, the spirit that listens, the hand that acts early, the heart that remains steady. As the fire fades, imagine a final image, a solitary lantern glowing on an ancient shoreline. A traveler sees it from afar. He slows his steps. He adjusts his course. He walks with intention toward safe harbor. This is your lighthouse, your foresight, your discipline, your cycle, your story. May you walk with the calmness of Joseph, the discipline of the samurai, the vision of Venetian merchants, and the intuition of ancient navigators. And may your wealth, not only material, but spiritual, be the quiet, unshakable kind that endures every cycle life sends your way. If this journey has brought you insight or comfort, consider liking the video, subscribing to Echoes of Wealth, or supporting the channel. Your presence keeps these long-form stories alive. Before you rest, before your thoughts dissolve into the soft dark of sleep, allow these words to settle over you like a warm blanket. Let the breath slow. Let the eyelids grow heavy. Let the body sink gently into the quiet rhythm of night. You are entering a place where stories become memories and memories become lessons. In this place, the world softens, time loosens, and wisdom, deep, ancient wisdom, can finally reach you without interruption. Tonight, you will learn to breathe with the rhythm of the cycle. Tonight, you will remember what the ancients knew. Tonight, you will carry within you the calm that guided Joseph, the steadiness that empowered Venice, the discipline that shaped the samurai, and the sensitivity that guided navigators across unknown seas. So breathe, slowly, deeply, calmly. As you breathe, let each inhale gather the fragments of the day. Let each exhale release them into the night. You are safe here. You are held here. You are guided here. Now listen. Softly, slowly, without effort. The world moves in cycles. Always has. Always will. The Nile rises, then retreats. The monsoon arrives, then passes. The markets climb, then rest. The soul expands, then returns inward. This rhythm is not your enemy. This rhythm is not chaos. This rhythm is your compass, your anchor, your teacher. Tonight, your mind will internalize the law of cycles, not as a concept, but as a feeling. A deep, steady sensation beneath the surface of everything you do. It will help you understand the seasons of your life. It will guide your actions. It will calm your fears. It will strengthen your decisions. Breathe, slow and warm. Let the body sink another layer deeper. Imagine Joseph standing beneath the stars of ancient Egypt. The desert is quiet around him. The granaries he built stand strong in the moonlight. His face is calm, not because he controlled the future, but because he understood it. Feel that calm entering you. Soft, steady, ancient. You are learning what he knew. You are learning to prepare during abundance. You are learning to trust during scarcity. You are learning to move with the cycle, not against it. Now imagine the city of Venice at night. Lanterns shimmer on the canal. Gondolas drift like shadows. Merchants, long asleep, have left their ledgers closed on heavy wooden tables. But the wisdom inside them lives on. Diversification, redundancy, preparation, clarity. Their secrets become your secrets. You, too, can learn to scatter your risks across many paths. You, too, can learn to build quiet reserves. You, too, can learn to expect change without fear. Breathe again, slow, slower, as if the world is pausing just for you. Now imagine a samurai sitting alone in a quiet tatami room. A single candle burns beside him. His sword rests unused. His tea bowl is simple. His mind is still. He understands discipline. He understands restraint. He understands that strength grows in silence, not noise. And tonight, that discipline becomes your companion. You will learn to desire less and focus more. You will learn to hold yourself with dignity. You will learn to live with purpose, not impulse. Each breath teaches you patience. Each exhale teaches you clarity. Each moment teaches you balance. Now imagine the vast Pacific Ocean under starlight. A Polynesian navigator stands on the deck of his canoe. He watches the horizon, feels the wind, hears the waves, senses the unseen. He navigates without fear because he is attuned. He knows the signs. He reads the subtle changes. He trusts the invisible patterns. Tonight, your intuition awakens in the same way. Tonight, you will learn to sense the early signs in your life. The whisper before the storm. The shift before the change. The glow before the opportunity. You will not be surprised by life's turns. You will not be shaken by life's cycles. You will become the lighthouse, steady, bright, silent, guiding. Breathe deeper. Sink further. You are learning to recognize. When your emotions shift, when your habits drift, when your spending swells, when your energy fades, when the world begins to move in a new direction, you are learning that small signs matter. You are learning that intuition is knowledge. You are learning that wisdom whispers long before it speaks. Every inhale draws wisdom in. Every exhale releases fear. You are preparing. Quietly, calmly, powerfully. Now imagine a circle of ancient teachers. Joseph with his dream. A Venetian merchant with his ledger. A samurai with his discipline. A navigator with his stars. They stand beside you, not as figures from history, but as guides whispering one truth into your ear. You are capable of foresight. You are capable of stability. You are capable of quiet wealth. There is no rush, no urgency, no panic. Only breath, only presence, only the slow rhythm of the cycle moving through you. Sink deeper into this feeling. Let it fill your chest, your shoulders, your mind, your dreams. Soon, sleep will take you. And while you sleep, your subconscious will continue this work. It will weave these principles into your instincts. It will strengthen the part of you that listens, the part of you that prepares, the part of you that endures. You will wake tomorrow steadier, calmer, more aware, more resilient, more aligned with the cycle of the world. But for now, rest, drift, float gently into the dark. Your thoughts are softening. Your breath is slowing. Your body is safe. Your mind is ready. When you're ready, I can continue. Let your breath deepen now. Let the body release its weight into the mattress. Let your mind drift as if carried on a gentle tide. What comes next is softer than thought, lighter than memory. It is the quiet rewiring of your inner world. It is the moment when wisdom seeps beneath the surface, not as information, but as instinct. You are safe. You are supported. You are entering a deeper level of calm. Listen, there is a part of you, ancient, steady, and often silent, that has always known how to live with the cycle. It existed long before modern life, before screens, before deadlines, before the constant noise of the world. It is the part of you that understands the seasons, that feels when a chapter is closing, that knows when to save, when to step back, when to breathe. Tonight, that part awakens. Feel the rhythm beneath your heartbeat. Feel how one pulse rises, another falls. Feel the cycle of breath. Feel how the body expands and softens. This rhythm is the same rhythm that guided Joseph, the same rhythm that steadied Venice, the same rhythm that disciplined the samurai, the same rhythm ancient navigators trusted as they crossed open oceans. It is inside you. It has always been inside you. With every breath, your mind becomes clearer. With every breath, your instincts become sharper. With every breath, you synchronize with the eternal pattern of abundance and restraint. Now imagine yourself standing at the edge of a quiet horizon. A lighthouse glows in the distance. Not bright, only steady. Its light falls across the water, forming a path. This lighthouse is your awareness, your intuition, your foresight. It does not demand attention. It does not shout. It simply guides, softly, calmly, faithfully. As you watch its light, you begin to understand something deeply. Storms are not to be feared. Storms are part of the rhythm. Storms reveal your strength. Storms sharpen your wisdom. Storms show you what to protect. You do not panic when the storm comes. You simply adjust your sails. You shift your course. You trust the signs you sensed long before the clouds appeared. This is your new identity: steady, observant, prepared. Feel this truth sink into you. Feel it becoming natural, effortless, innate. When abundance comes, you will gather calmly. When opportunities come, you will choose wisely. When scarcity comes, you will stand firm. When others panic, you will remain grounded. When others are blind, you will see the early signs. Feel this knowing flow into your chest, into your arms, down your legs, through your breath, into your dreams. You are learning to live with the world, not against it. You are learning to move with the cycles, not fear them. You are learning to cultivate quiet wealth, the kind that does not waver when conditions change. Quiet wealth is not loud. It does not need praise. It does not seek validation. It grows in darkness and light alike, just as seeds grow under soil before breaking through the surface. Let this idea settle. You are a steward of your life, not a victim of circumstances. You guide your resources. You protect your time. You honor your energy. You build slowly, intentionally, patiently. Now imagine Joseph's granaries again. Tall, silent, steady, holding the memory of abundance with humility, holding the assurance of survival without fear. You are building your granaries too, not of grain, but of clarity, not of wheat, but of discipline, not of stone, but of wisdom. Every wise choice you make becomes a brick. Every moment of restraint becomes a beam. Every act of preparation becomes a doorway into calm. Feel yourself becoming that granary, strong, centered, resilient, rooted in foresight. Now feel Venice surrounding you, the sound of water against ancient stone, the faint glow of lanterns along quiet canals, the whisper of ledgers resting on wooden tables. Their wisdom becomes your wisdom. Diversify, record, prepare, endure. Feel the samurai standing behind you, their breath steady, their posture straight, their presence disciplined. Their restraint becomes your restraint, a mind uncluttered, a life intentional, a heart unshaken by desire. Feel the navigator guiding you, reading stars, listening to tides, trusting the unseen. Their intuition becomes your intuition, the whisper before the storm, the glow before the opportunity, the inner voice that says, "Prepare." You are no longer just learning the cycle. You are living it, breathing it, becoming part of it. You will carry these truths into tomorrow, not loudly, not dramatically, quietly, the way lighthouses guide ships, the way seeds turn toward the sun, the way tides rise without needing permission. Your relationship with money will change. Your relationship with time will change. Your relationship with fear will change. From this night forward, you will recognize the early signs. You will move with clarity. You will spend with intention. You will save with purpose. You will invest with awareness. You will prepare with calm. And when the next storm comes, and it will, you will be ready. Quietly ready. Steadily ready. Wisely ready. Your mind is calm now. Your breath is deep. Your spirit is aligned with the cycle. You are drifting gently into sleep, carrying ancient wisdom like a lantern inside your chest. Rest now, knowing you are stepping into a life shaped not by fear, not by impulse, but by rhythm, memory, awareness, and quiet wealth. Sleep deeply. Sleep peacefully. Sleep with the cycle. Sleep with the ancestors. Sleep with the lighthouse glowing softly in your mind.